Buenos días a
Good morning to all of you.
Welcome to everybody.
Thank you very much for joining us today in this event within the scope of the European presidency, the Spanish presidency of the European Union, entitled European and National Policymaking to Combat Homelessness. We're going to talk about housing, resident exclusion, and housing as one of the main problems to access other rights and to enjoy a full life. In my opinion, this is the main social problem in Europe and one of the priorities for our policymakers, in my opinion. There are very dramatic situations related to this lack of housing, like homelessness, which is present in all the countries of the European Union. And nowadays, we are in this event, people coming from different countries who are very aware of the situation, and we want to end with it. The Lisbon Conference and the Lisbon Declaration that was signed in 2021 is a very ambitious roadmap to continue progressing in this direction. And in this declaration that was signed in Lisbon, there was an explicit commitment by member states, institutions, organizations with 5 objectives, very ambitious objectives. We are committed to them and we are working on them to fight homelessness. And we also started a very important tool to work together on homelessness, which is the European Platform to Combat Homelessness. 2 years after Lisbon, in this event, and in our country as presidents, we are holding the presidency of the Council, and we are in line with those objectives of Lisbon. We acknowledge the work of the platform throughout these 2 years, and we consider essential to keep moving forward in this line, reinforcing this useful tool, which is very important for a situation that we want to eradicate, and all the member states agree on this. The platform has been and must be a space for leadership, to exchange good practices that will inspire regional, local, and national policies on homelessness. And as we consider it to be a tool that is very useful, I think it is important to thank Commissioner Smith and Egleter, which is the president of the steering committee, and of course the Commission, because they have been developing the work and commitments acquired. And I think we need to continue working in this direction because we have new European elections next year with a new commission that we want to tell them that we are committed and the policies of the European Union should continue contributing to meet the Lisbon objectives. And we have the Belgian presidency. Thanks to Minister for joining us today. And we have been working together. So in the next Belgian presidency, this will be an important topic of the social agenda. Spain is fully committed to the platform, to the Lisbon objectives, and we have just approved a new strategy that will bear fruit in line with the objectives that were signed in Lisbon. Also, holding the presidency of the Council, we want to reinforce the objectives. That's why we have prepared this event. This is a priority for our presidency, and we are also promoting a declaration that we hope all member states will sign. We are almost at 100%, but we are still working on it. And we hope that this will help, and the Belgian presidency will keep working on this. Thank you very much again for your presence. We're going to start this event, and I would like Ione Belarra, Minister of Social Rights and Agenda 2030, to join us. Katarina Ivankovic, Deputy Director of DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, Karine Lalieu, Minister of Pensions and Social Integration, Yves Leterme, and Ana Méndez Godinho.
Gracias por.
Thank you very much for backing this event. And first of all, we will have Ione Belarra, Minister of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. Good morning. Thank you very much, Patricia, General Director. It is a pleasure for me to participate in this opening event. And we are going to talk about one of the most serious exclusion aspects, which is homelessness. I'm very proud that the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union has focused on the right to housing of people who live in maximum vulnerability situations. So I would like to thank the people who are here with us today. Thank you very much to Karine Lalieu, Minister of Pensions and Social Integration of Belgium. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you very much to Katarina Ivankovic, Deputy Director of DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. And thank you very much, of course, to Yves Leterme, former President of Belgium and President of the Steering Board of the European Platform Combating Homelessness. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today, so welcome to Spain. And I would like to thank also the support of our government, which has listened to our requests. Melania Alvarez from the Regional Ministry of Asturias and the city, the mayor of Avilés, and Nacho Alvarez, of course. Thank you very much to all the speakers who are joining us today, also, and to the attendees, because you are the ones that really help us to build the social policies at national and European level. I think we are going to exchange a lot of knowledge today, and I would like to thank you for that. When I was preparing this speech, I was looking at the data, and as you know, in the EU, we have 895,000 people who are homeless. These people are not numbers or isolated cases or whether circumstances that have no reason to be. They are the result of specific policies, and they are the result of inequality in our societies. I'm talking about people sleeping rough, discriminated, and also I'm talking about women who are exposed to more violence than the ones women usually suffer. Also young people who don't have an address to include in their job requests. We are talking about discrimination, loneliness, health problems. We're talking about problems when having a decent life. So we need to tell our societies that those 895,000 people matter. The European Union is aware of that, and the member states are also aware of that. And this was already shown in the 19th pillar of the Social Rights Declaration, and specifically in the Lisbon Declaration of Lisbon in 2021, which was a breaking point for the fight against homelessness in the European Union. It established specific objectives and started the European Platform on Combating Homelessness. And with this event and with the declaration that we are promoting, we would like to boost all of this. 2 years ago, this declaration was signed, and they have been very complicated years. Our health system and social protection systems have been tested. We had the consequences of the pandemic, but also the consequences of the war in Ukraine. We believe this is the moment to stop and think about the best first outcomes of the platform, the challenges that we have ahead, and the progress we need to make. This is what we're going to do today and during the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, which is a great opportunity to promote discussion, debate, and exchange of knowledge. We are going to talk about the scope of homelessness in Europe. We will share experiences about the best practices on public policies. This is very important. Not all public policies to fight homelessness are the same. And this is not about opinion, but it is about social sciences. We know what public policies are working, and those are the ones we need to promote. We will talk about the approaches we have promoted thanks to the aids of the European Union. Our objective is not about managing homelessness, it is about eradicating it, because we can do it. This is the objective that we need to have today. We are going to work for people not to sleep rough anymore and to be able to pay a home. And homelessness is only the peak of the iceberg of a housing problem that is deeper. There are thousands of people who are sleeping in different shelters and people who live in infra houses because they cannot have a decent house. So we need to prevent homelessness, eradicate it, but also we need to go hand by hand with those people suffering from it with social support processes. We are already working on a declaration by the Presidency that will make us think about the main challenges in homelessness in the European Union, promoting the work of the platform. I am aware that this is a complex challenge, that we are talking about a problem that has different causes, that it affects on different extents the different member states, and I think we need to have a wide approach, always guaranteeing the access to affordable housing, working on scientific evidence with practical approaches like housing first. It makes no sense to ask these people for more and more efforts than the ones we ask for to other citizens. Living homelessness does not need to mean a beginning of a ramp, but the key to open the door to a safe house. That's why I would like to end by saying that a house is not about having four walls. It's about having a home, the place where we can rest after work, where we can recover from sickness, where we can dream about a future for our kids, a decent future. If you don't have a house, the rest won't be there. The right to housing gives access to other rights. That's why this is the first right we need to guarantee, because if you don't have the right to a house, you don't have the right to work, to health, to education. Let's not remember that homelessness is one part of the problem, but inequality with a privileged minority in our societies is the other part of the problem, because they are not contributing to our societies as they should. And this is something we need to think about from a political point of view. Of course, there has to be social justice. I am sure that all of you are fully committed to fight homelessness, and we will keep working until our objective has been met. We will keep promoting a social Europe with an ambitious agenda, and we hope we can have your commitment and intelligence also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for your words and the commitment of the Spanish government with this issue. Now we have Yves Leterre, President of the Steering Board of the European Platform Combating Homelessness, and thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you very much. Ministers, Madam Deputy Director General, Patricia, all people in the room. Let me start by, of course, commending the Spanish Presidency of the European Union for giving us the opportunity to meet here today, for giving us the opportunity, for deciding to organize this meeting, and of course also for extending the hospitality we all experience here in Aviles. To be fair, I didn't know Aviles until, let's say, a couple of weeks ago, but it's a very good experience to learn to know this very nice, beautiful and well-organized place with a good coherence between the history and then, let's say, modern urbanization. Thank you also, Patricia, for all the efforts put in drafting the declaration of the Spanish presidency, which, as far as I understood in a conversation this morning, is underwritten by a vast majority of the member states, and it's on its way to have a unanimous support. Ladies and gentlemen, all these efforts and the initiative by the Spanish presidency to give us the opportunity to, which is typically the case at anniversaries, to look back and to look a little bit in the future, to see at the horizon what are the challenges, where are we? 2 years ago, I used the sentence that the stars stood aligned. And it was indeed a unique situation, like we not always are living through in Europe, where, so to say, the stars stood aligned. There was indeed, at the same moment, almost in a period of a couple of months, there was the political will of the population of the European Union that the problem should be solved, expressed by a report at the European Parliament, approved with a very vast majority. There were initiatives at the level of the Committee of the Regions, at the level of the Economic and Social Committee. There was the new Commissioner of the European Union, I think inspired a little bit by FEANSA, and there was within the Council of the European Union, within the Council of Ministers of the European Union, also the, let's say, the will to take the lead and to make the Lisbon Declaration possible. So the stars stood aligned 2 years ago. We started to work. There was an acknowledging of the problem. There was a recognition of the fact that there should be done something also at the European level as co-producer of homelessness to a certain extent. The question is now, 2 years after, where do we stand? And I would like to keep it short, give you a little bit of an overview of what I consider as the pluses of our action, what have we managed to realize, and then also I think we should look forward and we should see some challenges, points that can be improved, questions to be addressed, challenges to be responded to. The realizations, well, first can sound obvious, but a very important positive fact is that the platform is there. It is functioning, it's working. Both its steering board and its plenary have meetings. There are platform meetings. In accordance to the Lisbon Declaration, there is the involvement of the different presidencies. Number two, we agreed quite rapidly on what I could consider as a realistic work program with good targeted priorities. The 3 priorities: to work on the definition, harmonization of counting. You cannot solve a problem when you don't agree about what the problem exactly is. Secondly, to put in place more opportunities for stakeholders all over the European Union to learn to know each other's best practices, as the ministers has referred to. This is of crucial importance. And last but not least, we would, third important element of the work program, we would try to facilitate, to make it more easy for stakeholders to access some funding, some extra funding to catch up with other domains, to invest and to make responses to these examples of extreme exclusion possible. We agreed on that work program. Third element, which is positive, I think, it is the commitment by the participants. I could witness that from the start and until now, there is an involvement, there is a commitment. It's a bit different from institution to institution. It's a bit different from stakeholder to stakeholder, sometimes impacted by lack of possibilities or very strict calendars and agenda. I come back to that, but I think that that is a point, a challenge for the next couple of years to really keep everyone on board and make it possible that we continue to have that situation of an involvement of all European decision makers and stakeholders. For instance, today it's the State of the European Union that is brought or has been brought already by Madame van der Leyen. It's a meeting of the European Parliament. It's fair to say that the European Parliament was at the origin of our platform, but there is a little bit of work to do to keep them on board in our activities. I come back to that in terms of challenges. Number 4, I think we worked quite efficiently, Katarina, organizing back-to-back to mutual learning events. So I think in terms of the good use of resources, of scarce resources, I think we did quite well. I think it's important when you try to fight exclusion, when you try to fight poverty, that in your own behavior, you try to use the taxpayers' money in an efficient way. Number 5, I think that throughout our 2 years of work, we've also witnessed something that, of course, was already there as such, but it is even increasing. It's the kind of consensus within the whole of Europe about the way, the direction solutions should go. There's a part of the text in the Declaration of the Presidency, the first part that refers to that. The minister has also been pointing at housing first. Well, I think that during our conversations, both in the steering board and in the plenary setup of the platform, we have seen that actually within the community of stakeholders that are most successfully try to prevent and fight homelessness, that there is a kind of consensus that housing first and policies that tend to go in that direction, that these are the most effective. I think this is a very important positive point, that bringing together stakeholders from all over Europe, that you can see that actually in terms of solutions, it's not so much about having very hard discussions about what kind of policy should we put in place. It is just about, let's say, the processes, the back office mechanics, the money that is needed, and the way to better spread the good practices and make all member states catch up with the leading ones. 5th or 6th positive element, I think that we managed through the activities of the platform also to be part of that effort that puts the homelessness and the need to strengthen our policies to prevent and tackle homelessness more prominently on the political agenda. It's not because of our activity, but we can see today that there is more and more political attention paid to it. It's not a popular issue. We had a little exchange this morning, and you, Madam Minister, also underlined that very rightly. Policies to address homelessness are not the most popular ones, but I think we, step by step, come at a moment where citizens, even the citizens that are most critical as generous social policies, the people just want the problem to be fixed, to use their a little bit negative wording. So there is an increased political will, I think, to address the issue, and this is translated not the least for some member states, almost half of the member states, in drafting, discussing and approving national policies, and I'm very happy to hear that this is also the case in Spain here at this moment. Last but not least, in terms of, and I could go further on, last but not least, in terms of positive developments, I think that the momentum created by Commissioner Schmidt and his people within the Commission, Katarina and others, but also other stakeholders, brought us in a situation where there are also more European resources, more resources that are put at the disposal of the stakeholders at the European level. So I think after 2 years, these are 6, 7 examples of where we made progress. Let me then conclude in my second part by enumerating what I would call challenges, which is in lots of policy discussions a way to, let's say, repackage frustrations, concerns, failures, and so on, challenges. The first challenge, and I think that there we will have a part of our conversation this morning and this afternoon to be confronted with, that fact is that the situation on the ground is not improving. Well, at the contrary. I think it was last week or the week before that FEANSA and some other people put a finger on the fact that the number of people that are in this unacceptable, extreme situation of exclusion today is increasing. The number of roofless and homeless people and people that are in danger of becoming roof and homeless, this number is increasing. And of course, I'm preaching for the convinced, but this is still a scandal. The 21st century in the most wealthy part of the world, that not only we don't manage to solve the issue, but that the problem is even increasing. And I know that we are living very difficult, challenging times in terms of the socio-economic developments, but still this is the first, let's say, negative development even of the last 2 years. This is that within the European Union on a daily basis, almost a little bit less than 1 million people are sleeping in the streets. And this is unacceptable, just like it was when we agreed on the Lisbon Declaration. And of course, in that Lisbon Declaration, we had a very ambitious objective, and time is running. And we are confronted with the fact that we pledged kind of to do all we could to eradicate, of course, the structural part of the homelessness and so on, but still it's there. And so we see that in reality, notwithstanding all the goodwill and all the increased political momentum also put in it, that we don't manage even to stabilize the numbers, that the numbers are still increasing. Second challenge, as I call it, is that, and there I plead guilty also, we should, I think over the next couple of years, we should discuss amongst ourselves and then do the necessary efforts to increase the ownership of the problem. It's a bit contradictory to my first point, where I pointed at an increased willingness amongst the citizens that the problem should be addressed and should be solved, quote unquote. Well, we still see that policymakers, I think even parts of some governments of the European Union, are not ready to acknowledge that there is an issue of an increased problem of homelessness on their territory. And so there I think we should also, starting from the platform, do more efforts. And it was not easy over the last couple of years to be successful in that field, and Patrick can testify also, Patrick, that helps me, to reach out to governments, to regions, to municipalities that are lagging behind in terms of putting the issue on the agenda. I think we have more work to do to increase the ownership of the problem by some political office holders and even some civil society people. And that goes also, number 3, for the work of the platform. I'm very positive on the fact that under the impulse of Minister Godinho and her colleagues 2 years ago, the Lisbon Declaration was launched. And I really am very grateful for you, Madam Minister, for Karine Lallieu, and for other colleagues, the French colleague, the Slovenian, the different presidencies, that they were able, that they took the initiative to put the issue on the agenda of the presidencies. But we should have in our meetings of both the steering board and the platform, we should have a more active role of the member states. A little bit different to civil society organizations as FEANSA, for instance, is the institutional former character of EPOC, of the European platform. And so the added value of the European platform should be, to a certain extent, also the fact that this is the place where also the member states, the other institutions, but crucially also the member states of the European Union meet the stakeholders and to try to give a positive impulse to policy design and political decision making. And so there we can tick the boxes, and amongst the 27 member states, we certainly have 14, 15 that are indeed showing sufficient interest and are in an active way involved in our activities, but that means that there are still maybe 8, 10 member states that we don't see so often, that we don't have so often contacts with, and their people that are in a case of extreme exclusion also deserve that policy attention. And it's our responsibility, I think, in the coming next 2-3 years to pay more efforts to increase the policy attention in these member states. That brings me close to the third or fourth challenge. It's communication. We have inserted that in the Lisbon Declaration, that we would work on that. Even in the work program, we have discussed this. We are far from achieving in that field. And I took the position of, let's say, to have an attitude of try to first make progress on some content-related aspects, so to first be able to communicate something, and that's the reason why I was not so anxious to work on communication, and I think was not a bad attitude in terms of giving priority to make progress in terms of definition and counting mutual learning events, access to funding, to see some first action and results there before communicating. But I think, well, time is quite near now where we should not only deliver and testify about the work that has been done, but also go out to stakeholders, but also the broader public opinion, to draw the attention of the people to the issue and to underline what Europe can do, what Europe can put at the disposal of the stakeholders, but also of the broader public. Fifth challenge, but I think that's more or less on its way to be addressed, is that over the last couple of years, I think it was good to just make a kind of jump start in organizing mutual learning events. I think it was a good initiative to just start, not to discuss 20 times in meetings how these mutual learning events should look like, but just to organize these, to create, to engineer meetings, to organize meetings where people would be invited to around some teams to exchange best practices and to learn from each other. But now we need really the breakthrough to a next generation, to the real mutual learning activities, which means that, well, we should have a platform where all stakeholders can have opportunities that are customized to their needs and possibilities and what they can do in terms of traveling, in terms of using also modern techniques, modern technology, so that we have a kind of mutual learning platform where there are not only in-person meetings with 40, 50 people in the room, but where we have seminars, study visits, one-on-one events, and so on. I think this is on its way to be solved thanks to the Commission services, but I think it's necessary if we want to really make a difference in trickling down the best practices to the people, the practitioners on the ground. I will stop with a last one, or maybe allow me two. The one but last challenge, I would say, is better recognize within the European institutions the horizontality of the issue. I was very happy to be invited recently to meet some commissioners, plural, that are directly or indirectly involved in the matter. For agenda reasons, the meeting has been postponed, but this is a very positive sign. Homelessness, and it's essential to the Housing First solution too, homelessness is about human beings that you cannot, let's say, put in a box and say your problem is only related to housing, or it's only related to poverty, or it's only related to social allowances. No, people have a lot of challenges. People that are in homelessness, homeless situation, roofless situation, have a lot of problems, and there are a lot of policy domains that influence their chances to find solutions for their situation of exclusion. And so I think within the services of the European Commission, within national governments, city governments, but also in our work, we should have pay more attention to this horizontality of the issue and the need for more interaction between policy domains that positively can influence and bring solutions. Last but not least, and that's not for me personally, because I consider at the end of the mandate of Mr. Schmidt that I have done what I should do, but I think it's important, and maybe it's not the ideal place to underline this, but it has been said before, we will also timely have to underline the need for continuity. I already pointed at the stars that stood aligned 2 years ago, and in politics, at least based on my little experience, you have rules, you have regulations, you have institutions, treaties and so on, but it's the people that make a difference. And 2 years ago, we had the chance that there were people that made the difference in the Council of Ministers, in the European Parliament, in the European Commission. We can put names on them. Well, some of them, that's that's natural law of democracy. Some of them will disappear. It's important that we timely discuss the continuity of the platform based on what we've done over the then will be 3 years, the strengths and weaknesses that we try to adapt, but more importantly, that the decision is taken timely to continue, to offer continuity to initiative and to offer the opportunity also next year and the years after for you to meet, to see each other, not only to see each other, but to exchange and to do productive work to bring more effective solutions to the problem. I leave it there. Thank you very much. I spoke too long, but I wanted to give you this overview, and I hope that this will inspire ourselves to improve our activities, and maybe that someone will stand here then in a couple of years' time and say, well, the first 2 years were okay, and afterwards we had a breakthrough and have done things better. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Yves. Espero que las estrellas.
Thank you very much. I hope there's a new star alignment in future in order to fulfill this commitment. And now we're going to have Katarina Ivankovic-Knesevic. She is the Deputy Director and Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion in the European Commission.
And Yves, for your opening words, and also thank you, Minister Laliou, what you will say in the end, and I'm pretty sure that you will show a bit of vision for the Belgian presidency. And indeed, once again, I would like really to thank you, Spanish presidency, because you have put this important conference as one milestone into achieving the big picture. And as Yves has mentioned, in our wish to have the continuity for this cause and to have the continuity for combating the homelessness, we really need you. And it's not only us, the Commission, that needs you. I think it's everyone, and member states and all the other institutions. And that's why it is important to have this conference to have a stock taking. And indeed, after 2 years, to remember and to remind ourselves why are we here and what are we doing. I have to say I counted very carefully what he was saying, and he counted 7 positive aspects of the platform, and he counted 6 challenges, which I would agree with all. I can actually agree with both, with the positive aspects. And the challenges, and it's true, after 2 years, when you really start with very optimistic agenda, when you really start with a strong political will, and you have put the political will on the last place when it comes to the positive things. I would put it first, because that's where everything starts and ends. And if there is no political will, nothing will change. But when there is a strong political will, then everything follows, including the crucial part for addressing this issue, like every other social issue, which is adequate and sustainable financing. So the title of the conference, European and National Policy Making to Combat Homelessness, I would dare to say says it all, and says it that we need EU level, which can put the framework, which can facilitate, but we need also strong national policy making. Why? Because you know very well this is the competence, most of the aspects relevant to combating homelessness are the competence of the member states, be it at the national level, be it at the local level, be it at the regional level, and this is where the real actions take place, and that's why it is important. The synergy is a key. The synergy is for us at the EU level to help, to support, to facilitate, to make sure that those common problems, and I'm not going to call them challenges because they really are problems, could be overcome, and that the solution is indeed very visible and the solution is nearly there. We just really need to put all of our time, to put and devote our energy, our talents, our resources to make sure that everyone has a home. And why do we do this? Why are we all here today? Because we, I guess, all believe that the adequate housing, which is accessible, affordable in the community, is really a precondition for the exercising other fundamental rights and also leading a dignified life. It is well said and well explained, and the Minister reminded us on the Pillar Principle 19 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, and it is time to put it as in a reality. Even mentioned as the first challenge, and I also need to emphasize on that one. Nearly 900,000 people are homeless on any given day or any given night. Some might say, okay, it's an estimation, and I'm sure Nicola is going to explain about the estimation and how it was done. But still, it's a very worrying estimation. What if the estimation is too low? What if the figures are really higher? What if we have missed something in the process? The last estimation was really done a long time ago, so we cannot really blame 2 years of the platform, or we cannot say that this is the result of the past 2 years. It's true that we had a COVID. It's true that we had a war. It's true that we had energy peak crisis and that we have many other aspects that we have to pay attention to. But why is this happening? And this shows that we still need to think what are the roots, what are the root causes of the homelessness and how to address it. And I would say that also these figures, especially in the last couple of weeks, that the figures have become public, they should really ring all alarm bells, and we should all ask ourselves, each of us at our respective level, why is this happening and what can I do? How can I help? How can I achieve? How can I move? In what has happened in the last 2 years, I have to say, is we have seen the increased interest of the member states in addressing this issue, and this must not be undermined, this must not be forgotten. We have seen at least 10 new strategies for combating homelessness. This is a huge result. Starting from 0 to 15 or 20 is a huge result, but we are still not there. 2 years ago, well, I can share the little story. 2.5 years ago, when we started thinking about the Lisbon Declaration, there were those who were saying, like, okay, we will get maybe few member states. We will have maybe 8 committed member states, or maybe we will have 10 or 15 member states. But we were very ambitious at that time, and we said, no, we need 27, because that's where the problem will be solved if all EU 27 work together. And if you ask me, I would say that this is one of the biggest achievements of the platform, that we are all together in combating homelessness. And it's something that is relevant for each and every country, with all the specificities when it comes to maybe target groups, or maybe when it comes to the occurrence and the ways that homelessness is visible, but it is a common and it is a problem that needs to be solved in all 27. And also, I think by now, after 2 years, we know how. And we all have an agreement and consensus on how to address it. Housing, putting housing first, adding services, working together with housing and the services is the very simple solution, but not an easy solution to be achieved. But we know how, and it's time that we put all of our efforts and the finances into addressing this issue. I'm pretty sure that the biggest challenge indeed will be how to make sure that this stays at the political agenda in the years to come. And all of us also do have a role to play. We will be from the Commission services side, and now I'm speaking as a very devoted bureaucrat, European bureaucrat. We will do everything to present to our new masters, once they come, that it's an important topic to be addressed. And I'm sure, and I hope there will be political wisdom to understand that and to take it further. At the national levels, you know it very well. Some of you had recently had elections, some of you will have elections. There is always something going on in terms of the changes within the governments, but it's very important to preserve this topic high on the agenda. And this is one of the main reasons why 2 years ago we have put 2030 as a target date. We have not put 2025 or 2027 or whichever, but 10 years period for the activities to take place. And it's not just because we like round numbers, it's because we have seen in practice that in those member states who have managed to eradicate and to combat homelessness, it takes around that time. Take it a Finnish example, take it what French are doing at the moment and have started a couple of years ago, or the Belgians, and it's really a long-term process. So if we have managed to put some concrete or some other foundations in our systems, I would dare to say we are very proud, and we will be there at your service, looking forward for working jointly and always being there to help you and assist you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Catarina. Creo que el papel de la Comisión.
Thank you very much, Katharina. I think Commission's paper role is essential, and so it's important to have also to take into account this agreement with the Commission and with the member states and the other institutions, so that we advance all together into this direction. Now we're going to have Catherine Lalieu, Minister for Pension and Social Integration, Belgium.
Thank you. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, mesdames et messieurs, madame la ministre, monsieur le secrétaire d'État, madame la directrice, chérie, monsieur le président.
President, I'm very happy, and it's an honor for me to be here amongst all of you. I just wanted to speak a little bit about pension, because I'm Minister for Pension, as you know, and some time ago I had a meeting with my Spanish colleague in Brussels, and he allowed me to finish the reform of pensions that had been approved this morning, thanks to what you decided in Spain. And so Europe and the interchange of good practices and the interchange of politics and of positive politics for European citizens allow us, the different countries, to step forward. Thank you very much also to the Minister for Pensions in Spain. I fully agree with what the Minister has said, and it's true that homelessness is the most acute symptom of what happens in society and goes against human dignity. There is no state whatsoever that is free of this plead, and we see these increasing numbers in our populations, and that's why it should be a political priority. I'm also delighted to see and to speak about the different good practices and the steps forward that have been taken in combat against homelessness. I have listened attentively to all these challenges we have been speaking about, and I guarantee you that this is going to be one of the priorities of our presidency of the Council of the European Union. Belgium has started some measures that are of utmost importance in order to avoid and to fight homelessness, because as we said already, the figures are increasing, and besides this, there are more and more women and children. The families, the households that are on the streets, that are having this rough life on the streets. Would like to start to show you some of the politics that we are developing in Belgium. We can't, of course, there is not time enough for presenting everything, but I'd like to get back to what the Spanish minister told us. In Belgium, we have what we call the reference direction. This direction allows these persons to be in the census of the population, and this works like a regular address, as if one had a dwelling. That means that in a precise moment one receives correspondence there, and also that one can have all the administrative tasks that have to be fulfilled in this so this is some sort of avoiding this lack of an address point, and allowing in this way to have also access to help, to subsidies, to health services, and this allows us more or less to get steps back to a normal life. And so this is very important in order to get out of the situation of homelessness. And it also gives us the ability of gathering data. We don't know how many people without a shelter are living in our cities. But it's not only a problem in the cities, also in smaller towns and villages. And in Belgium, it is a problem indeed also in the rural area. So we start our count specifically in Brussels and in our major cities in Belgium in order to try to know better the amplitude of the problem. But it's true that nowadays we are focusing on this count in all different towns and villages and cities of Belgium, because we have seen that this kind of exclusion of this homelessness shows different types of faces. We see them in all these different areas. All citizens see them. All the persons that have a substandard dwelling, or persons who are occupying a dwelling. And so these situations, we see people who go to hospital, persons who after staying in hospital go back to the homeless live. All these people has also to be taken into account in order to avoid the situation, in order to know better the phenomenon, and to avoid that persons end up in this situation of precarity. So that's why housing is the priority, as you have very well said. It's the priority so that persons can be taken from the street, and it's there where public services and the public policy making power has to stress on. There's also the problem of the public sector with the need of creating limited profited housing in order to get the people away from the streets. And then also with this model, the model that you all know very well, that comes from Finland, that has been a great success. Finland gives us hope. We can achieve the end of with housing first, with housing first programs. It's a focus. It's an idea that is quite innovating and very human in order to solve the problem of homelessness. It is based on an idea, or grounded on an idea that's essential, that a stable dwelling, a stable housing is a right, for every citizen's right, in order to reconstruct our own lives. Very often, the politics in the general or standard politics of homelessness we saw in old time. This was the last stage. It was, so to say, the end of all the different steps that were taken into this direction. But the person can't simply get back his job, his rights, if this person has not the right to get back to his or her housing, and in order to rest and to fulfill the basic needs of life. That's why we need this solution. It's not the end of this way. It's the beginning of this way. It's true that in Belgium, housing first has been very well accepted by society. It's present also in 30 Belgian cities, and the federal government has an additional politics on this. It has allocated funds so that municipalities can buy. Well, it's a complicated system. Well, but no, in Spain you have something quite similar. Moreover, I would like also to speak about the European politics, and there is this collective responsibility in Europe that goes beyond our specific member states. There's been also a lot of speaking about the European fight against homelessness that is so important in our Belgian politics, but also in the rest of European countries. It's a key question with regards to cooperation with the different countries, and that's why I wanted to say this very clearly, because this platform opens the necessary space to interchange information, to interchange good practices, but also to favorize the creation of directives or recommendations in order to have a coherent European focus. And that's something we really need, and something very important, and I say it very often, Commission knows it already. The Commissioner Smith has really done a great job, because this had also very, very important funding. The European platform can also, from my point of view, have a very important role in financing on a European level in order to finance the programs for the combat against hopelessness with structural funds and subsidies. That's why it has to be a leading program with all the different knowledges and also of apprenticeship in order also to be a source of politics, also for national politics. That's why, together with my Spanish colleague and with other countries that are also adding their efforts to ours, we are going to show the importance of this platform, and we are going to sign this agreement. During the Belgian presidency, and with this I would like to finish, my priority is going to be to continue promoting this work and to enrich the work of the Spanish presidency, and not to forget the Swedish presidency that was previous to the Spanish one, so that the future Commission, and I've listened very attentively to what the Commissioner said, that this future Parliament gets the right framework in order to work properly, in order to fulfill our commitment, our common commitment against hopelessness on a European level. In this sense, 2024 is going to be a key year in the collaboration with the countries. We have also, we hope, to be able to draft a declaration, a strong declaration, and to focus our agenda towards the next composition of the European Commission, with the aims, the challenges, as Yves said, priorities. Of course, there are going to be also clear priorities for 2030, but because we all have signed the Declaration of Lisbon that wants strongly to end with hopelessness in 2030. That's why we want to sensibilize the whole of the member states, because we know that it's a complex problem that not only has a very important personal impact, but also a general impact on society. And that's why it is essential that our societies, our countries, are conscious and assume their responsibilities. And we are going to continue insisting on having this coherent funds during the next European legislature. That is going to be essential for applying properly our programs in the fight against hopelessness. So, to sum up, our presidency of the European Union's Council will show this commitment with a fight against hopelessness, and we're going to work together with the other countries in order to achieve this strategic declaration. And I can tell you, 8th and 9th February, I think you can already note it in your agendas, we are going to try to meet with all the ministers of the European countries, and we are going to sign a new declaration that will be the continuity of Lisbon's declaration, it says that the next Commission and the next European Parliament deal or tackle the problem with of homelessness, and that it be one of its main priorities in the coming years. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this commitment, for this continuity, for this good work among the two presidencies, so that homelessness continues being a priority. So we are going to close this inaugural session, and I invite you to take your seats. Thank you very much. As I told you before, in this inaugural session, we tried to promote a declaration of the Spanish presidency, reiterating the commitment with the principles of Lisbon, also the need of this platform being a continuity in the struggle against homelessness in the next Commission. And so, retaking the last words of our Belgian minister, so that one of the main priorities continue being the homelessness. This declaration, we have been working on it along the whole summer in order to get along the major quantity of the countries and institutions that were signatories of Lisbon Declaration, in order not to forget, so to say, this commitment. And we're going to have some sort of signification or visualization of this signing moment, so that our Spanish minister for our Minister for Social Rights and Agenda 2030 and her Belgian colleague are going to sign this declaration in order to symbolize somehow this common work, this shared apprenticeship, and this will to collaborate in order to get on in this work. So I invite our two ministers to sign this declaration.
Yo creo que esto merece un aplauso.
I think this merits a big applause. Thank you very much to both of you for the commitment that goes with this representation and for the future. Thank you very much. Now we are going to start we're going to follow with our agenda. I'll give you a brief summary of what we are going to work on while they are preparing the scenario. I think it's something patent from the presentation we have had, from the institutional presentation, the importance of knowing the reality in order to progress in efficient politics, social politics against homelessness. And we have the presentation in this form, and that's why I want to thank FEANSA of their work in the sense of improving the knowledge and of helping us to know better what is the reality of homelessness in Europe. And there's going to be also a presentation of the last report made in this direction, and afterwards we're going to have a roundtable of good practices, where from national point of view, European, national, and also regional and local point of view, that all are tackling and have a first-hand importance in the fight against homelessness. We are going to see some examples of good practice of the different countries of the European Union. Afterwards, we are going to have another roundtable. Both of them are going to be after lunch. I'm going to tell you where we're going to have our lunch, and this last one has to do with the importance of the model, of the access to housing and the accompanying services. As I think it's already a scientific evidence, as I told you before, with regards to where we have to put our focus in order to achieve these goals we set for ourselves in Lisbon. This is going to be the general framework of our work today. And I wouldn't like to end now without thanking once again for your presence here. Not only your presence here, but also each day for all these persons that are in this situation and trying always to reverse the situation and to fight against the situation where we have, as we have said before, we feel the need and the duty to finish with.
Muchas gracias a todos y a todas. A continuación, asistiremos a la mesa.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to continue with our following roundtable about experiences in the division of public politics for the eradication of homeless. We are going to have here at the panel, we're going to have our participants chosen for this event. Sí, no.
Are you going to speak in? Yes. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed lunch and enjoyed a little bit of Avilés and this wonderful setting that we're in today. I think this morning's session did a very good job of setting the scene, both politically and statistically. I think in this afternoon session, things are about to get a lot more complex because we're going to dig into the complicated questions around how best to define and implement homelessness policies. So I'm honored to chair this session. I'm joined by 6 speakers, all of whom represent different levels of governance, the European, national, regional, and local level, as well as different sectors, public authorities and the non-profit sector. All of these different levels and sectors have a really critical role to play in both developing and implementing homelessness policies. So I'll introduce our panel, or our roundtable. Katarina Ivankovic-Nezovic, who we heard this morning, is still the Deputy Director.
I'm just a director.
Just a director, indeed. Director at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion at the European Commission. Laure Billoret is on my left, and she's a project manager responsible for international affairs at the Interministerial Delegation of Housing and Access to Housing in France. Alena Vachnova is the chairwoman of the board of directors of the Dedo Foundation in Slovakia. Melania Alvarez is the Councillor of Social Rights and Welfare of the government of Asturias. So thank you for hosting us today also. Renaud Père is the Vice President of Lyon Métropole City Council in France. And Sonia Fuertes Ledesma is the Social Action Commissioner of Barcelona City Council. So thank you very much to all of our speakers for being here today and for sharing, I hope very frankly, how in your different contexts you're moving forward in the fight against homelessness, and also I think to get the most out of this kind of international cooperation, the challenges that you face. This is going to be a more participatory session, so there's an app that you can use to ask questions. We may not take all of the questions, but the team here will make a selection and we can have some discussion at the end. There is interpretation during this session in English, French, and Spanish, and you can ask questions in any of those languages. So just a few words on what makes effective homelessness policies. I think the Lisbon Declaration establishes a number of very important things about what homelessness policies need to be. And I'd just like to kick off the reflection by focusing on 3. I think the first one is that they need to be integrated. So they need to address prevention, rehousing, and effective social support to people affected by homelessness. And they also need to mobilize different sectors. We can't solve homelessness from the Housing Ministry or from the Social Affairs Ministry alone. It needs to mobilize across government and across sectors. So that's the first one, is the integrated approach. I think the second one is a strategic approach. So the Lisbon Declaration gives this very clear goal of ending homelessness, and that really needs to be the starting point for policy. And then you need a long-term, adequately resourced plan with clear targets and steps to get there. I think we're still at a stage in Europe at the moment where the bulk of homelessness policy is actually about managing the problem, and what the Lisbon Declaration gave us was a shared European commitment not to manage the problem, but to progressively end homelessness in Europe. And the final key element, I think, that is established in the Lisbon Declaration on how to develop effective policies to tackle homelessness is an evidence-based approach. So these public policies should be underpinned by a clear understanding of what's going on, a capacity to measure and monitor homelessness, and they should also make use of the research and experiences that are out there which establish what works to tackle homelessness. So I'll now hand over to Katarina. And I mean, clearly, I think everybody understands that the Commission has played and will play a really fundamental role in promoting and developing the EPOC. From the Commission's perspective, what's the state of play now, 2 years in? And we heard a little bit about this in the opening session, but what are the main strengths and weaknesses of EPOC as it stands now?
Thank you very much, Ruth. It's a complex question that you ask. And we have, although we do have 2 hours, but we have many speakers to hear, so I'll try to keep it super short and just give the main elements. Well, those of you, and I think, if not all of you, but the majority have been involved in the work of the platform, and know it quite well that in the past 2 years, we have been developing activities on a different strands. Eve this morning spoke a bit about mutual learning, and indeed that has been our approach in order to get to this strategic dimension and to get to this the integrated policies. We did have a series of mutual learning events, and we will have another one in October, and I hope to see as many of you as possible, and also your colleagues. And these mutual learning events have proven to have an added value, because they indeed did serve not just as the reflection on those member states who have done or are addressing homelessness in this or that way, but also they really served as a source of inspiration. What is also right is that the classical mutual learning events maybe do not always respond to the needs of the different stakeholders. And that is something also that we have recognized in the past 2 years. And also this new generation, I would dare to say, of mutual learning is going to be slightly different, because there might be different mutual learning ways of implementing activities, like a study visits, like ad hoc requests, like finding the place where different stakeholders could match, not just meet, but match, and also hoping that it will be much more dynamic and needs-oriented. And also what we have been really preaching from the beginning of the platform, that they should be demand-driven. And that's something that we find very important, that now I believe we are over the stage that we need to discuss the general affairs when it comes to the homelessness eradication policies, but really to address very specific aspects. This does not mean that we will not continue also these classical mutual learning activities, because we see the added value, but it will be in a way reshaped. Then the second strand is supporting the development of the better evidence and the better statistical evidence and knowledge on homelessness. And on this one, beside the fact that Eurostat will conduct, as a part of the regular assessment, and they will collect the data on homelessness, and we do consider this a big achievement, and even though it will be done periodically, but then for so many other areas it is done periodically, but it still will show and will be comparable at EU 27 level. But we have also partnered with OECD for the preparation of the toolkit, and we have been working a lot with the colleagues from OECD in order to have the useful elements that will be really used by the member states in assessing and developing their future policies. So this is one very important strand. And if I may say, the last but not least is the access to funding. Many have mentioned this morning. This was a very important topic from the beginning of the work of the platform. I would not speak today about the funding of the platform because that's in a way our task to make sure that there is sufficient funding for functioning of the platform. But I want to speak about the access to funding for you, for external stakeholders, because I believe this is what interests you the most, and this is where you can find your own interest and your own possibilities. We have been introducing homelessness to the different players in the member states when it comes to the use of the European structural and cohesion funds, and in particular those who are dealing with European Regional Development Fund, and which is responsible, so to say, for the infrastructure part and different activities, but also European Social Fund Plus, which is responsible for so-called soft measures, but which are equally important because they present the second strand of the housing-led initiatives, which is housing plus services. So the majority of the services, when financed, is really indeed financed from the ESF Plus. Also, we have been advocating for the use of the RRF, Recovery and Resilience Facility, and there is a number of member states like Portugal, Spain, Italy, just to name some. Yeah, I'm coming to the just to name some who have been very actively in this regard. But last, and for us in the platform, I would say one of the very, if not the most important strand, is actually the whole project that we are partnering with the Council of Europe Development Bank. I'm very happy that Miles Ragos, the director from the Council of Europe Development Bank, is here with us today, because that's a creation of the subgroup within the platform, which is called, I don't know the full title, but it's Access to Financing, which is going to help to those of you who might have an idea and know what you want, but you are not fully sure how to get there. There might be help coming from our colleagues from the Council of Europe Development Bank, also within so-called InvestEU instrument, which is another EU supported instrument. But I do believe that what the Council of Europe Development Bank brings is not only the use of the InvestEU, but Miles, I really do believe that you can show to those who are parts of the subgroup which other possibilities are there, either with you or also maybe with some other players that are active in the either international financial instruments or some other forms that can really then be used for eradicating homelessness.
Thank you very much. I think it's, when they're listed like that, it's very impressive to see what has been achieved since 2021, both on mutual learning and on the stats and on the funding. Today is a sort of stock-taking opportunity, and one of the challenges with stock-taking, I think, is it's often easier to look back than to look forwards. So the next question is, from the Commission's perspective, what role will you play in the further development of EPOC in the coming years? And it was very encouraging, I think, to hear in your first answer that the task of ensuring adequate funding for the functioning of the platform is something that the Commission is taken on and sees as its responsibility.
Well, it's also, when it comes to the homelessness and eradicating the homelessness, I think it's always the future-oriented endeavor, and it is something that we see as a part of the fulfillment, not only the target to work towards eradicating homelessness, but also to work towards ending poverty. And you know that ending poverty and 15 million people less in poverty is our European goal. And all of us, including EU, but also member states, are committed to that goal. And all the member states have set the targets to eradicate the poverty. And when we add up all the figures, we do reach 15 million, including at least 5 million children out of those 15 million. But still, this leaves quite a large number of people who are at risk of poverty and social exclusion, or around still under the threshold of poverty. And this is something that we will continue working. When it comes to the epoch and the work of the platform, I'm very happy to announce actually 3 things. First thing is that quite soon we will be in the phase of contracting the tender for further mutual support to the mutual learning of the platform, which will present this renewed agenda, I would dare to say, on the mutual learning. Second, we will finally contract in the coming weeks the tender on the pilot project that European Parliament has given us on the counting of homelessness. It will have 2 phases, which are merged in practically 1 phase, which will, I hope, finally show the real figures and facts behind the homelessness. As I said this morning, I think it's really very impressive what you, under the leadership of Nicola, have done when it comes to the presentation of the figures. But there was really lots of extrapolation on and lots of figures might be different, but it would be really very important for the solid evidence base to have these figures. So in the next, and this is not a short-term project, this is for next 3 years practically, we will have figures on the homelessness. But figures are important, but what is even more important is actions. And that's why I can announce that, and my colleagues have sent me a message, I've been saying, like, can I really say it? So tomorrow there will be a call will be open for, it's called easy call on supporting activities relevant to eradicating homelessness. Our action grant, which is a very big one. You will see this is the biggest action grant that we have ever done it in DG Employment. It will be 15 million euro. And we plan, you will see the activities. I'm still not allowed to say what the activities are, but you will see it quite soon, meaning tomorrow, which also, once contracted, will be support to us, definitely the Commission, but also the rest of you, in the implementation of homelessness eradication policies. So this I would dare to say is in the short run. Of course, you can imagine I cannot commit on behalf of the future Commission, and only our future political masters will be able to do. But what I can say is we really made sure that for the coming years this stays really highly on the agenda, where the significant EU investments are going to be made.
Okay, thank you very much, Katarina. So from the European level, from the European level to the national level with France, Laure Biloret is one of the firm features, I think, of the EPOC community since it was established. She's the project manager responsible for international affairs at the Interministerial Delegation for Housing and Access to Housing. France is one of the member states with the sort of most developed policies to combat homelessness, and also the French presidency was really key in driving forward the European Platform on Combating Homelessness and overseeing the adoption of a work program for EPOC. So it will be useful for us all, I think, to hear from DHAL's perspective, what today are the main achievements and challenges in the fight against homelessness?
So to give a general context, in 2017, the French government implemented a global and national strategy to fight homelessness, and this strategy was housing-led. So it was based on clear and share principle. And since then, we engage in 5 years of transformation of the public policy to combat homelessness. And I think that now we can determine two main categories of achievements. The first category is on people, and the second category is more on methods and processes. So first, during these 5-year plans, we had some very concrete and measurable results for homeless people and people at risk to be homeless. So the first big figures is that we have 440,000 homeless people that have access to housing during this period. 40,000 new units have been mobilized in the private rented sector for vulnerable households through the use of social rental intermediation tools. And we have built 7,000 new units in what we call supported housing. So this is like small building with independent flats, share space and social support on site. So really designed for homeless people. And we have built as well 2,200 new units for a very specific program in France, which is Un chez soi d'abord, which is designed for homeless people with severe mental illness problems. And last but not least, on people, in a general context of decrease in social allocation, social housing allocation, we managed to increase the share of allocation for homeless people. And so this one of our main achievements. Second, so the second big category of achievement, I think, is on processes and methods. Because the first housing plan intended to transform the models and the reference system used in both the shelter and the housing sector. I think the first big action is that the government established central and coherent governance with the creation of a mission administration. So this is the administration I work for. The DIAL, the Interministerial Delegation for Access to Housing, is really focused on implementing this public policy and on ensuring its strategic and budgetary management. The second big change in methods has been the building of a large consensus through implementation principle based on co-construction, partnerships, and territorialization. So it's important to note that at the very beginning of the plan, the government contracted with 44 local authorities in order to work together to implement housing-led strategy adapted to the local context. And the third big change in methods, I think, is that the Housing First plan and the Housing First philosophy introduced a data-driven and result-based public policy, and this was something quite new in this sector. So maybe now to switch on challenge. I think that regarding the challenge we have in front of us, the first and the biggest one, and this has been reminded this morning, is that the number of homeless people is increasing in the last year. Then in France, as in many other European countries, this rise is driven by many factors, such as economic difficulties, migration policies, the housing crisis. And so one big challenge at the national level, but as well as other level, is to reinforce the coherence and the action of these different public policies in order to pursue the same goal. Second, and this is maybe more specific to France, is that despite the good result on housing first, the number of people in shelters and hostels is still rising in France. And not only this number is rising, but these people are staying years and years in this emergency accommodation. So I think that one of our main challenge is to refocus emergency accommodation on its role as an immediate and unconditional response to situation of distress, and to really make this shift, which is the shift of housing first, from a shelter-based system designed to manage crisis to a housing-led system that is focused on the goal of long-term insertion. Third important challenge is, this has been as well reminded this morning, is to acknowledge and accept that change takes time. And so setting a national strategy was a first important step, but there are many things that still have to be transformed, like cultures, habits, economic models, assets, governance, skills, jobs, etc. And to ensure this structural change, continuity of action is fundamental. And this is why the French government recently adopted its second Housing First plan, which aims to pursue and consolidate the reforms undertaken. And maybe one last big challenge that is not specific to France, I think, is to reinforce the sector's attractiveness, because we are all working for, I think, a meaningful and motivating policy that is implemented on the ground by many professionals, and this is our responsibility to enable them to carry out their work in the best condition possible.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I think that many people in the room today would share all of the challenges that you outlined in the second part of your answer there. And I think you drew out something that's really critical for the kind of credibility and added value of EPOC going forward, is that you can, on the one hand, embrace the challenge of transforming public policy approach, and at the same time, the problem can be on the ground getting worse. And I think we have to not be too simplistic and too short-termist in dealing with that when it comes to pursuing the goal of ending homelessness in the European Union. So the next question would be, from the French perspective, how should member states advance from here in terms of achieving the Lisbon objectives? What are the key elements?
So I think there are three main points or key elements. The first one is to, like we try to do in France, is to build a large consensus on result-based policies. So I think the Lisbon Declaration has really set and share key principles at the European level, but now it's important to capitalize on successful method and evidence-based solution. And so I was really happy to hear this morning that we have more and more focus on housing-led strategies, on this kind of principles that are beginning to be shared among every member state and other actor. And so as stated by the declaration of the Spanish presidency on combating homelessness, that have been signed by France and many other member states. These successful policies are focused on upstream prevention, access to affordable and decent housing, and on developing integrated and personalized social support processes. The second main point is to build more partnerships on the ground, because this is necessary to engage everybody in this dynamic and to share the risk and the opportunities among all actors according to their right, duties and responsibility, because there is no one actor that can do it all alone. And so we really have to engage and get motivation at every level. For this, I think that as in France, territorialization is a key aspect, and also mutual learning, as we have seen with the platform. Like, even if we are all dealing with very different contexts, it's important to exchange and to know what have been working and what have been less working. And the last main point is to ensure, we have already said it many times, but we have to ensure long-term political support at all levels. So at the local level, at the regional level, but also at the national and European level. And I think that at the EU level, this dynamic has been launched thanks to the creation of the platform, and thanks to the adoption and the implementation of its work program, and also thanks to the support of EU institutions and civil society actors. But it's now necessary to really consolidate the platform, to promote and strengthen its work, and to assure its position within the European Union and secure its sustainability. And to conclude, I think that this is exactly the goal of this event. And so thanks to the Spanish presidency to organize this event to reaffirm our position and our wishes.
Okay, thank you. So we go now to Slovakia with Elena Vachnova, who is the chair of the board of directors of Nadasia Dedo. Elena's work focuses on promoting and developing affordable housing and integrated health and social services to prevent and end homelessness, especially in Košice and Prešov cities. She's very involved in developing and implementing strategies to tackle homelessness, both at the national and the local level. And it's great to have her on the panel because NGOs play such a critical role in actually delivering homelessness policies. So it's great to hear from you, Elena. The first question I'd like to put to you is, Slovakia is in the process now of developing a strategy to combat homelessness. Can you tell us a little bit more about that process? Who's involved? How does it work? And also a little bit about what are the key elements of that strategy?
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. So what I'm going to share is the perspective of an NGO person. So, but the person who spends like 50% of the time working with the local organizations, providing services, and trying to end homelessness of families with children in eastern Slovakia. And I also spend like 50% of my time with strategy work and advocacy and so on. So I'm somewhere in the middle, and this is a very interesting position to have. So the whole process has been initiated, I think, about like 8 years ago, and it was initiated by the NGO sector. But then I think that the fact that we have all faced the COVID pandemic and war in Ukraine and an influx of refugees, this has somehow stressed out the needs of the homeless population, and it somehow helped the conversation we had during that time in my country. So what is the state now? We already have the national strategy. It was approved in April this year, and it was a very exciting time, I must say, because we have been moving from even the question of whether people should deserve their housing or there is a right for housing. So this was one of the first questions we had, and we are not. We have not achieved the end of this conversation. It's going to continue for a long time, I think. And the second thing was, what is the definition of homelessness? And one of the biggest and greatest achievements of this national strategy is that we are using the ethos typology in the strategy. It might seem as a small thing, but it is a huge achievement, I think, in our environment. We also, during the time, had the experience of one call for projects, supporting Housing First projects across the countries. There are 17 or 18 organizations implementing the Housing First approach across the country. And I think that it was also very useful, and it very much helped the conversation we had around homelessness, because also organizations which kind of use more traditional approach could kind of get a new experience with approaching homelessness from the perspective of human rights and right to housing. So this was very useful, and I think that we had understanding from the very beginning that this is a very holistic thing, and we have to kind of touch so many sectors. So we started with the prevention. We also touch upon housing, health, employment, social welfare, administrative area, because people need documents and sometimes it's difficult to get them, ending with education and data. And data played also a very important role in the whole process, because during that time there was one city count in the capital city in Bratislava, which kind of brought the attention to the topic of homelessness, and my organization with the Košice municipality has organized a city count in our city, but only focused on families with children. And this was an eye-opening experience for us, because we found out that we have the situation of homeless families is chronic in my city. We have the second generation of kids being born into homelessness in those families, and that we, in reality, have about 800 children in my city only who are in the situation of homelessness. And if you don't have this data and you don't have this information, you cannot approach or address it. And I think that all these facts, together with the willingness of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs and the family, who was a leader of this whole process, we wouldn't be able to achieve the result of having the national strategy. So where we are now, we have common language, hopefully, among the actors. We have some cornerstones, and now we are working on an action plan for the next 3 years. And we kind of agreed, there was quite a consensus on that we should be very effective during those 3 years. So I think that the activities and measures we will take will focus on building the ecosystem for addressing the homelessness. We will, it looks like several pilot projects will be supported also from EU funding. So we will continue with supporting the housing-led approaches, but also some other activities, hopefully also integrated health and social care, which is very important in the field of support. And we will also work on legislation, because we still don't have a definition of homelessness in our legislation, and there are many other things to address. And one very important thing, which happened also during the time of the last few months, we have the data from the census of inhabitants, houses and apartments performed in 2021. And based on the consultation with the statistical office, we have a new data on homelessness, secondary homelessness, this is how we call it in the country, which is everything starting from emergency housing and shelters and people who live with in dwellings which are not suitable for living, and the number is 72,000 people, which is very high. And the number doesn't have to be very it can be higher or lower, but the trend is frightening, because the number has tripled during the 10 last years. So this is the setting where we work, and this is what we have, and we look forward to working together with the ministry. And one last thing, It also helped us as an NGO sector to work together more closely, and it looks like we will probably or we will establish an umbrella organization in our country, which will organize the work of all actors in NGO sector in the field of homelessness. So this is also one of the effects of such work.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's challenging context as you outlined, but also very impressive progress in a relatively short time frame. So that's very encouraging to hear about. So looking forwards, from Slovakia's perspective, how should member states move towards the Lisbon objectives, and what would be the essential steps from your perspective?
I will probably share the perspective of Slovakia and similar countries where they have a similar conversation. For us, it's very important to have a clear goal of systems change, focusing on ending homelessness. So the shift from managing to ending homelessness is one of the most important. Also, the priority of evidence-based approaches is a very clear one in our strategy, and understanding that homelessness is also a public health issue. So I think that this is something where we can start, and we will definitely focus on, and countries like our country should definitely focus more on collecting data, but not only about the figures and numbers. We need to know what are the needs of the people who are experiencing homelessness. In our case, it was an eye-opening experience, as I already mentioned, to understand that homelessness in my country is chronic, that people live in shelters, and there is a second generation of people living in such a situation. So these are very important. We will also have to focus on working together as actors from various sectors. So, okay, that it's fine that we have a new language, which is hopefully a common language for us, but we have to get more people and actors on board in the meaning of understanding the housing as a human right. So there is still quite a divide in our society there. And we also will have to focus on understanding that with this very dramatic trend of growing homelessness in the country, we will have to find the solutions for helping the social services that already provide services to people to help them to sustain and to grow in equality. But on the other hand, we have to focus on housing-led approaches. So this is going to be probably the work for the next few years, and hopefully because the action plan we are working on will be focused on next 3 years, and the next 4 years till 2030, hopefully we will be more able to focus on achieving change in the lives of the people who experience homelessness now. But the good thing is that the national strategy has fully incorporated the goals of the Lisbon Declaration, and we are on the track. So now we have to bring people to the table and on board, and hopefully with EU funding, which is very important in countries like ours, we will be able to achieve significant results.
Okay, thank you. So a challenging 3 years ahead by the sound of things. Okay, so now we come to Asturias, to Melania Alvarez, who is the Councillor of Social Rights and Welfare for the government here in Asturias. And my first question to you would be, Asturias has an interesting experience in addressing housing exclusion and homelessness, and could you talk us through the main features of your model?
Thank you very much. Bien, pues yo quiero.
First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to Asturias. I hope you were welcomed by this land. You know, we love welcoming people, and I would like to thank the Ministry for participating in this space. And it's a pleasure to host this event in Asturias. where we work on social policies. So the main keys of the model, I would highlight that the housing policy was established 20 years ago within social policies with a progressive government back then and up to now. And it's important because we have been able to lead from Vipasa, the company that is managing the public buildings. And I think this is essential. And we've been able to focus our political actions on people. And this is our objective as people who are committed to public resources. So we talk about useful policies for people, people who are holders of rights. People have rights and we need to guarantee them. Given that this housing policy falls within social policies focused on people, has enabled us to have the second public park with 10,000 houses in Asturias, both in cities and urban areas. This is important also to have houses all around the territory. And in the last few years, we have been able to move forward. In the last 8 years, this leadership has enabled us to speed up access to housing in emergency cases, for example, with victims of gender violence who are now allocated with a home in less than 48 hours. We have designed specific programs for people with more difficulties, like people who were in prison, for example, or young people who are leaving the protection system. And we have implemented in Asturias housing first models, especially here in Avilés, with more and more houses available. So we have been working with social entities together with local entities, city halls, and we could summarize how this Asturian model is based on 4 pillars. The first one is the political willingness of putting housing policies, taking into account people, increasing the amount of houses available. Also, we need to be aware that we need to be able to be creative when developing and implementing the models that we believe in, because sometimes the regulations are not the most appropriate ones and it takes time. So we need to be creative with this legislation and working with local governments and social institutions. And something that we were talking about this morning is the need of getting to know the reality that we are facing when we talk about homelessness. At regional level, we need to be aware of the needs and of this reality, and we have people on the streets who give us that point of view. And Housing First has already been recognized at European level and by other entities in Spain. So I believe we are on the right track. And to give you some data, we had in 2016 3 houses in Avilés available, and this year we will have 75, answering to the needs of more than 100 people. So I think all of this is worth continuing working, and we will continue with this model in Asturias.
That was very inspiring to hear about, and I think our experience in Fianza is having a substantial social housing stock doesn't guarantee ambitious policy on homelessness and scaling up housing first. You really need the political will part of the equation as well, but it's an invaluable tool in being able to scale up housing first. So my second question is about multi-level governance. So in Spain and other EU member states, regions are responsible for social services. So when it comes to EPOC, how do you understand that the governance of local, regional, state and European policies should be organized to most effectively combat homelessness?
Bien, pues en
this case, in Asturias, we are talking about a governance model that, as a result of our experience in the last few years, it is a governance model with a soul, because we've been able to listen and to feel closely those people that we want to help, focusing our actions on them. And it is a close governance model because we work together with all these organizations and local governments. It would be impossible without them. How is this governance model approached? Well, together with local administrations and other administrations. Obviously, it's been essential for us to have the support of the Spanish government and the role of the European Union with the recovery and resilience mechanism. We have made the most of this opportunity to keep working and building to fight homelessness, together with social entities, supporting and helping people. And to give you specific examples how this governance model is translated and why is it useful. Well, together with the government of Spain, we have a state housing plan with specific programs for the most vulnerable groups of people. This state program talks about homelessness. We have a project funded by the ministry to guarantee the right to housing, both in Avilés and Gijón. We have the mayor also here with us today, and this has made us move forward. Thanks to this project, we have almost 100 houses available for people. And something that is quite innovative is that we incorporated to this program, we included the disinstitutionalization and autonomy of people, homeless people program. So there are many tools that we need to use, and we need to make the most of the opportunities to work together and channel from the European scope to keep the priority so it goes down through the different member states, and we can deploy all the initiatives that have allowed us in Asturias to have that Asturias model. And in the specific case of Avilés, where we are, we can focus on intervention concerning homelessness. And here in Asturias, we love working. So we currently have, we have devised a strategy to fight homelessness together with the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. And as a result of that experience, we keep working. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if we want to eradicate homelessness in Europe, we need a lot of people who really like working. And I think that the program around deinstitutionalization, it's really unique, and it's really a model that could be learnt from in other European countries, because the concept of the institutionalization is more and more well established, but its application to a highly excluded and stigmatized group like homeless people is often rather behind. So we now move to Lyon with Vice President Renaud Père. He is an academic and professor of political science. He was elected in July 2020 and is the third Vice President of the Métropole de Lyon, responsible for housing, social housing, and priority urban policy. He leads an ambitious policy on social housing construction and an eco-renovation program for public and private housing. But above all, his delegation leads him to pursue a policy of solidarity aimed at the most vulnerable people. And since July 2020, he has worked for a welcoming and hospitable metropole. So from your perspective, what's the role of local government in achieving the Lisbon goals, and how should progress be made in this respect?
Well, so first of all, I'm very, very happy to be here as a Vice President of Lyon Métropole, but also as Vice Chair of the Eurocities Social Affairs Forum to talk about this very important city networks called Eurocities. You know this network very well, but I want to stress this point. The first way to answer your question is to say, well, we cities are already acting together to combat homelessness through several associations, such like Eurocities, but also through our links with FEANSA, for example. We are leading many actions, but I want to stress the role of Eurocities. Eurocities is highly committed to support cities like Lyon in this fight. For example, mayors are showing a strong political commitment in this field within Eurocities' political campaign called Inclusive City for All. 20 cities presented pledges on Principle 19 of the European Pillar for Social Rights. This principle is dedicated to housing and assistance for the homeless people. But also, Eurocities is one of the signatories of the Lisbon Declaration. So, first way to answer your question, we have networks, and we cities are very involved in this policy, in several policies to find solution to homelessness. But I'd like to say that we are deeply convinced of our role. When I say we cities, that our role is crucial for the ending of homelessness. Of course, there is no single solutions, and we are talking about that. The challenges and solutions totally differ according to the economic, the legal, the social, the political context of each country. But why cities concentrate most homeless people? We also have the potential to invent and implement the solution to face this challenge. So cities are also the best level or actors to better understand the situations and to deal with the specific needs of different categories of homeless people. Just one or two examples, not from Lyon, from other cities, to show or to stress this capacity to invent some solutions. Utrecht, for example, developed 200 homes for homeless people where in those homes where peer support and solidarity amongst the residents help preventing fallbacks of former homeless people. Other example, Florence, Firenze. The city of Florence is seeking to mobilize unoccupied private apartments. We were talking about housing policy. Is seeking to mobilize unoccupied private apartments for the use by people at risk of homelessness. Mm-hmm. It's a way of dealing with the lack of affordable housing we, all the European cities, are experiencing. But we cities, we are facing new challenges. First, we are now witnessing an increase of the phenomenon of homelessness among young people. Mm. So we are trying to develop different forms of support for young people. It's the program Housing First for Youth that some cities, Lyon, try to implement some solution in this Housing First for Youth, but I'm thinking about Glasgow, for example, thanks NGOs and municipality, they are implementing many solutions. Moreover, and this is my last point for this question, Lyon, the metropole de Lyon, and other cities also offer specific support for young people with a migration background. We have to talk about migration policy. You talk about that. So housing, for example, in my city, we are developing housing solution with social support. For example, nearly 100 tiny houses in the métropole de Lyon to find solution for children with their mother or young people. So we are often focusing on measures fostering young migrants' inclusion in the labor market, and it's maybe the next challenge we are going to open with other cities. Just one word, that those subjects will be at the center of the Eurocities Social Affairs Forum we are very pleased to welcome in November in Lyon. So please come to talk with us at this occasion.
Okay, thank you very much. I think many of the people in the room would recognize that the challenges of growing homelessness amongst young people and the relationship between migration and homelessness and concerning both of those cities are very much on the front line. Here in Spain and in most European countries, local government is really essential in the provision of social services. In your view, how should the governance of local, regional, state and EU level policies be organized to best combat homelessness?
Well, I think we are all convinced here that we really need a longer-term solution to homelessness. From my point of view, from a local authority, but from your point of view, yours, and from the NGOs too. So we need a longer-term solution. Tackling homelessness, of course, is a very complex challenge. And it requires, that's the subject of our panel, it requires a multi-level governance, so the combination of local, regional, national and European strategies. But I have to stress a part of this multi-level governance. Cities have a key role to play. That's what I was saying before. Why? Well, we are involved in the production of housing. And we are spreading strategies to combat homelessness through housing policy. We are also responsible, it's very important, for ensuring social services, and especially preventive services, tailored to people's needs. So that's why we are so, we have a role to play in the European policy, and that's one of our subject of discussions. But we are facing a real European challenge. And I think housing must become a part of the European social and of the employment agenda. That's what we are going to talk about next Tuesday in the European Parliament with a big event organized with FENSA, Eurocities, but also Housing Europe and several cities. So that's very important. Well, we have to say that housing is a human right. And European Union has an essential role to play in maybe 4 areas that are concerning, of course, local authorities. First, regulating the involvement of private investors in housing. We have to find the way to give, we have to give new rules, because this the involvement of private investors can contribute to the rising of prices. Second, we have to regulate the housing market by preventing speculation, by, for example, implementing, as we are doing, thanks to the French national government and the local authorities, as we are doing in France, we can implement rent controls. Third, creating European housing funds for investment needs of affordable social housing providers. So we have to find new funds. You give some orientation, but we have to maybe have more permanent funds. That's our, we want that. And for promoting the only way to eradicate homelessness, independent housing and adequate support services. That's what we called housing first. So that's the main challenges. And of course, the platform is a very nice step in this process. But maybe, or not maybe, we have to establish funding mechanisms accessible to towns and cities. Of course, the platform involves Eurocities, that's what I was saying before. But we all need direct funding for cities that are carrying out the project. We have together to show that it works. That it works, and that cities must be supported in their policies to combat homelessness. In Lyon, for example, we have a project with numerous associations and stakeholders to capture private housing stock to house homeless people. But it requires huge investment. And even if my local authority is quite rich, we can't act alone. So we need, of course, the national support, but we need a European cities. So cities must be involved at every stages in the development and implementation of European strategies to combat homelessness, and for example, through the platform. Through the question of homelessness, that is concerning all the countries and all the cities, through the question of housing, we can implement a win-win strategy for European Union and for European cities, a kind of new urban dialogue or a new social Europe of cities.
Thank you very much. I think there's a very comprehensive agenda for cities within and perhaps even slightly beyond the epoch. So I think that's very helpful, especially in terms of thinking forward to the next period of implementation for epoch and also the context after the 2024 elections. So we now come back to Spain and stay at the local level. And we're going to hear from Sonia Fuertes Ledesma, who is the Social Action Commissioner of Barcelona City Council. So she has been very involved in social policy and social action for many years, and she's responsible for notably social services. So my first question to you is, what are the measures implemented to tackle homelessness in the city of Barcelona?
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias por la invitación y por esta mesa.
Thank you very much for this invitation and for this roundtable that is so all-comprehensive, if I may say, because we have people from so many different places, tackling all with the problem with the homelessness. And in this sense, also, I'd like to say I'm trying not to be boring, but of course, I will have to repeat some ideas. I think it may be positive in spite of this, because many of the ideas are shared by all of us, and they form part of this model that in Barcelona we are also fostering. The first thing is that not only in the aspect of homelessness, also in social action we need a model, of course, because otherwise we are always tackling with urgency and emergency, and so this idea of the long term we have been hearing so often today, I think is really the one that is going to help us out, and it's going to help us to transform some of the conditions and the situation we think we have to qualify as unjust and unfair. And so the first thing I think is to defend a model, do it humbly, of course, and hand in hand with other social agents, and to do it also from the responsibility, and to situate it in the logic of rights. It's something that also has been underpinned before, and it is important not to forget it, because we have to see this in the framework of the rights. And this is also for us a commitment for us to deliver politics that may perhaps reverse some situations that are happening nowadays. So it is a model that is also following the categories of ethos, as we said this morning, because it's important in social politics not only to attend the visible things, but also to take into account a holistic comprehension of what is happening. And all this, with this ethos perspective, it's important. It's important because it allows us also to focus on something that is quite invisible. And just as an example, the situation of women without a shelter or without homeless women that very often not are visible, and nevertheless are confronted to a very hostile livelihoods. So all this is very important to approach this with a more precise manner to this reality, and that's what we do with our social action. So we have to incorporate the idea of prevention always, and this prevention has to do with a framework, with a prevention that is also from a secondary in the sense of the order, not because of being less important. To allow persons not to lose their dwellings, that the households do not lose their housing, and with the tools in order to deliver projects to the persons that are homeless, and help us into the right path of installation. That is one of the big projects we have. So everything that has to do with the role of mediation, innovation in housing, with the services that have to intervene in the moments of eviction and even before eviction, is also something very important and has to be explored. Another thing we think is vital is to have with this overflowing situations that depend one from the other. Violence, gender violation, violence, for instance, that has very often very much to do with this. Persons with a migratory background, persons that very often are immersed in a bureaucratic labyrinth of which is difficult to get out, and other kinds of situations that are also always impacting these persons along their lives and the situation of hopelessness. And here it is very important to have the right protocols, the circuits, the indicators, and the assessment. And all this is very important in order to situate and to see the commitment and the responsibility of it. We know, all of us know, that very often somebody that gets out of prison, somebody that gets out, that is again on the street after a situation of hospitalization, very often is a situation of feeling unwell, of shame. You know that these situations very often need a holistic approach and many different channels that are established in order to prevent that these things do not happen anymore. And here, sometimes very essential, that is loyalty between administrations, clarity between administrations, and also dissension, not only consensus. Consensus, of course, is important, and respect, of course, obviously is also. But we can't be always of the same opinion. And if situations like this, we have to find forms and ways to get along, even if we do not have the same opinion sometimes, and that we have to work. And I think also it's important to see the importance of accompanying also of specialized teams on the grassroots level in order to quantify better the situation, because both things are very important. What we want is to give responses by segments with a good differentiation. So we have to know how many persons are in specific situations, obviously, but we have also to know what their needs are. What is the process that brought them to this situation, and how we can work on it. And moreover, I think that also that's a moment to have some reflection about citizenship. That is also very important. Participation of voluntary persons, because it's also some sort of school for the citizens. Not forgetting the professional side of this. And here it is where perhaps this confusion shows a model that is very often still rooted in the past of the former idea of social protection. And of course, I'm not questioning here the work of voluntary person working on a voluntary basis. But what, of course, we need at the same time a bigger or a more important professionalization in everywhere, in the administration and also in the non-profit sector. And in this model, flexibility is important. Very often, when we get confronted to situations where we know that are complex, very often we tend to create criteria that are more exclusive than inclusive. So that's why I think that flexibility, non-segmentation is very important, and all that has to do with all the collective ideas that may deliver more privacy and more dignity to the persons that very often social action needs in our times. And in all this universe, obviously, the co-production with the enterprises or the actors of the non-profit sector is very important. A stable situation is needed. Very often have to think about the social tissue when you see these needs. And what is important here is that this co-production gets along the whole of the politics, and that social agents of the third sector may define their needs, define their proposals, and to assess it. Because only like this we're going to be able to learn from it. And finally, everything that has to do with the effects on the stigma, all the phobias and discrimination, even with regards to real estates, to the sector of real estates. We have to transmit the proper ideas, that everybody connects with realities that apparently are very far away, but we have to be firm sometimes and be able to use the right tools so that some situations do not reproduce. And well, that would be some sort of first approach to the new situation we want to create. Thank you.
I think you raised, and as you explained that you probably would, a number of points that had come up before, and I actually think that that's really encouraging in the framework of EPOC, because I remember in the early days of European cooperation on homelessness, you would have this type of exchange, and policymakers would come with interventions that were so different, and everything was presented as a best practice or a good practice. And I think that the point that we're at with the European Platform on Combating Homelessness and this consensus that we've heard referred to several times already today about what actually constitutes a good public policy intervention in the area of homelessness is really encouraging. So my second question is, what's the specific added value of the work carried out by the city to eradicate homelessness, and what are the difficulties and challenges that you currently face?
A ver, probablemente una de las dificultades es guardar relación. Una de ellas.
One of the biggest challenges is what we saw before about the role of cities, the proximity, because very often cities and towns have the capacity of being very close to the persons, and so they can foster proper politics, but not often. Well, not always they have access to the resources or to the leadership role they should have, in my opinion, and now in the 21st century. And here, Eurocities, as it was said before, is one of the indication that makes lots of sense. And so when we spoke about not only just speaking about homelessness from a rural or from an urban perspective, it's also important to take into account that cities generate dynamics, specific dynamics. And basically, it's the expulsion and its precarity and everything that has to do with the attraction of these situations and of a bigger fragility. Well, and these are characteristics of the big cities. Persons who have been sleeping in the first time on the street is because, because of Barcelona, but it was also because they thought that Barcelona was going to be a great opportunity for them. And so we have to think about the things, have to think about their own boundaries. You have to see this from a metropolitan point of view, from the responsibility with a leadership that goes beyond the local township, and to mitigate the expulsion or this eviction effect. That is finally what makes this lack of equality, and with the symbolic effect sometimes, because I think that we all can connect with the sensations you may have when you feel that you're going to be evicted and you have to pass from one place to another. So here, this leadership has to go also beyond. Then also there are other situations that have to do with the processes, with the legal framework and the politics of social protection. Barcelona has been growing in everything, and also in homeless persons. So if we see when we see that there are more units for housing units, it's perhaps it's a fake solution, because many things have to do with employment, with the guarantee of salaries, things that have to be tackled somewhere else. And since this, of course, seen from the shared responsibility we have, we also have to dignify this situation and have to accompany a different situation of the persons. But we can't think that the more units we have, more we're going to resolve things, because the problem is somewhere else. And I think that this is something very important. So I'm also that what I mean is that also important to have also to take into account Europe, the national level and the regional level. We have to see what is happening in Europe. We have to look inwards. We have to, and many things are not. It's not only a question of, very often has to do with not having the focus on the rights and of permitting hate speeches. We have also the question of the war in Ukraine, which is obviously not the only war. We have also the climate challenge. Of course, this summer was a very hot summer. Many people are persecuted because of their orientations, because of their religion. We have to think also about all these things. How do we want to construct our Europe of rights? Because if we lose our path, then we're going to make a Europe of borders and not an inclusive border. And that is also something that is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think now is the moment when we give the voice to the public. So you hopefully have been sending in questions through the app, and I'm hoping that someone's going to help me
Abrimos el turno de preguntas. Muchas
find the
gracias.
questions that have been selected and put them to our speakers.
Abrimos el turno de preguntas.
So if you want to raise your hand, please.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I would like to ask two questions. I have many questions, but I'm going to ask two. One of them is general. The housing system being within social services is a strength, or should it be independent with its own resources and professionals who would support those situations instead of focusing just on one of the ethos category, for example, people sleeping rough, but on all the categories we've been talking about? And another question, in your territories, are there public rentals to give access to people who have minimum income and they don't have the access to the free market of housing?
It turns out that the app is quite an old-fashioned one where you raise your hand. So I suggest that we collect maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then I'll give the speakers the opportunity to respond.
Good afternoon. My name is Piotr Sarowski. In my previous life, I was one of the co-signatories of the platform and the Lisbon Declaration in 2021. For me, it's absolutely incredible to listen, especially to the experiences of the speakers coming from the countries and from the cities and municipalities, to see how much is being done and how much of a firm belief there is in the need to eradicate homelessness, because having the roof above our head will always remain one of the most important factors for our human dignity. So a lot has been achieved between Lisbon in June 21 and now we're in September 23. But how certain are you that the objectives, which are very ambitious, will be achieved by 2030? And what will you need, especially in the countries, from those decision makers who will come into power in 24 and the new Commission?
A few questions in that one. Is there anyone else who would like to?
Buenas tardes, soy Carlos Usías.
Good afternoon, my name is Carlos Usías, President of the European Network Against Poverty. I loved this roundtable. Congratulations for all your speeches. We've been talking about good practices and elements that affect the local level and things that have to do with different scopes of health, education. Don't we need a coherence between the policies? Aren't we at risk that if we are not coherent in those policies, we may be doing one thing here and another different thing there? At local, regional, European level, how can we guarantee coherence between the policies?
Eve, please.
Just would like to add one sentence to, I think, the last question. It's, through my life, I had the opportunity to be in charge at different levels of governance. And we have here a panel with people from a traditionally very centralized country like France. We have a federal country, Spain. We have Slovakia that became autonomous. All kinds of, let's say, backdrops. The question I would like to ask is, what I felt as being one of the main issues to be efficient and effective is to find the right way to structure a cooperation, a multi-level cooperation. I mean, the theme of homelessness is a horizontal theme because it's related to lots of domains of policy engineering, decision-making, and so on. But it's also an issue of subsidiarity, but in the right way, finding the right level that has to drive the car, but with all the people in the car and with the engine running. So my question is, how do different people here see in their institutional framework the ideal setup in terms of efficiency and effectiveness? What kind of ideal distribution of roles do you have? Of course, the closest possible to the people, okay, but you need the cooperation of the national level, supranational level, of sometimes social partners, social security schemes, housing policies. How do you see this ideal institutional setup within a framework of multi-level governance, which is typical for modern times?
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll try and just recap the questions. Okay, I think maybe we should try and answer some of the questions we've already collected, and then I think we'll have time for another round, because otherwise we may forget the answers before we give them. So the first question was the question around social housing with, I think, two parts. One, is it a good plan to have the competence for housing policy within social policy? And second, more generally, to what extent in your different contexts is there public rental housing that's affordable for people on the lowest incomes? A second question was around, I think, the fact that it's great to have this very ambitious goal of ending homelessness, but how confident are we that we'll get there? It was the first part of the question, I think. And the second part was, what do we need the new college of, after the elections, to do to make sure that this stays on the political agenda? The third question, I think, was around, given the complex multi-level governance for homelessness, how do we ensure some kind of cohesion in what we're doing with policy making on homelessness? And the last question from Eve was in relation to particularly the vertical, the different levels of government. What's the optimal way to organize their integration in order to effectively combat homelessness? So is there one of you who would like to respond particularly on the social housing question, the first question?
Bueno, si puedo, por algunas, tampoco por no monopolizar aquí el...
Well, I'm going to answer some of these questions or give a general answer. I believe that the experience in Asturias shows that it is important, after 2 decades of housing policy, including within social policies, has allowed us to lead a lot of programs and initiatives. And sometimes housing policies have to do more with infrastructure or other management areas. And this brings effectiveness. It makes it more difficult to be effective. Including housing in social policies helps. This is my opinion and my experience. Talking about the coherence of policies and even that multi-level governance, In the first question in the last panel, we were talking about convictions, and it is about political willingness to face policies in a coordinated way requires an effort by the government. We are all aware of that. We are all aware of how complicated it is to bring together the different departments that work separately and they don't know what the others are doing. So all of this involves willingness. When you see the results, we talk about coordination, and you see that you are moving forward and seeing that things are working, well, we say, let's keep doing it and let's implement this coherence. So I think it is about willingness, apart from other things, but and as for governance at different levels, to give you an example, there is a difference of the roles we have, and we need to align and share an objective and progress following that objective. If we spread the work, the objective, we won't get the results we want. That's my opinion. Next.
From Katarina and then Vice President. You want to go first? Come on. Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot, Ruth. I guess these are also the closing. Yeah, because we are almost there, running out of time. I would dare to say the 4 questions are very much interlinked and equally important. When it comes to the topic, should the housing addressing the homelessness be a standalone topic or really integrated, I would always advocate for a very integrated approach. And social housing and even more affordable housing are the topics that we are not addressing within this platform, but are very relevant because addressing homelessness is a small part of the social housing. You know, when you speak about social housing, you speak about access to young families, access to single mothers, access to women victims of violence, or access to various groups. And in a way, this also is referred to homeless people. But what we don't want is we don't want groups to compete. Each group has a different needs and should be addressed with a different means. What is very specific for the homeless population is that indeed they need a large set of services that need to be brought together with providing the housing. And that is maybe the biggest difference when we speak about social housing for young or social housing for some other groups that really makes a difference. And I think that should be really emphasized and addressed, and we shouldn't drown this population in discussing the general social housing policies. The same comes with the affordable and affordable rental. And I also think that we should really be very careful in semantics, not only in the actions what we are addressing. Coherence between policies is the key, and aligning the different policies is the key. The big catch is that in every country, and I would dare to say in every city and in every municipality, there are different parts of the government or the different parts of the Commission in the end that are dealing with those elements. Be it health, be it built environment, transport, for example, social benefits, labor market integration. They're all addressed within the different parts and different sectors within the governmental formations. And what is crucial, and you might have noticed, like for the last couple of years, the Commission has been discussing a lot about breaking the silos. I think that needs to be done at each level, and that's the only way forward where you can really have the integrated approach, where you have the policy that you are implementing, and you don't have the labor policy, you don't have the social policy, you don't have housing policy, you don't have health policy, but really, really the integrated policies. And Piotr has asked a really very important question: how are we going to reach 2023? So we have tried, at least from the Commission side, I have tried to transmit what we are doing at the moment. We also have to be very frank to each other and say, okay, this is 2 years after the implementation. In next 2 years, we will have the possibility to really have the real facts and figures, to see what has been working in past 4 or 5 years. And then I think it would be time for the really detailed self-assessment, all of us, and see what needs to be done by 2030. But the fact that figures go up does not mean that we are not doing the things right. It means that there needs to be some additional effort. And I don't think any of us has a magic key or the magic solution. I just want to congratulate, really, you have mentioned the city of Aviles, how they increased from 3 to 75 housing units. And it's really something that we need to acknowledge and congratulate a lot. So who is from the city of Aviles? In the audience, do we have anyone?
The mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So I really want to, I really want to congratulate you, because that's an amazing achievement, and that means that it is doable. I'm sure that it did not come out of the blue, and that it took lots of efforts, but I think you and people like you and cities like yours should be those presenting how did it happen and why. The same goes for the city of Barcelona or for Lyon. I was fortunate to see what city of Lyon is doing, and will be again fortunate in November. But it is really important to showcase these examples, because indeed there are so many things that could be replicated. Of course, with the twists here and there. Yeah, I'm closing. Here and there, but indeed, so thanks a lot.
Okay. We're 5 minutes from the end of the panel, and we have a couple of speakers waiting for the word. So I would just say, choose the question that you find the most important to answer, and focus on that one if you can. Okay, first, Vice President.
Thank you. Let me answer in French.
Yeah.
Votre question, elle est...
Your question was complicated. And I think it was complicated because we need to talk about housing policies that are completely different. In France, for instance, 120 years ago, we started with social housing, and the housing policy is also a social policy, but it is independent. For example, in Lyon, 25% of housing are social houses for people who have less income, for example. So I think we should not talk about this. About coordination, we coordinate at local level and also at different levels. And the main challenge is that we have been governing since 2020, and the main challenge has been to, well, how are we going to do this? We have the access to social rights, and we need to establish a legal framework on how to access social rights. So we created a service which is called hospitality service, and the question is, are we going to get there by 2030? Well, we cannot stop now. We need to keep working, or we won't make it by 2030. But there are many challenges that we need to face, and a interesting thing is that we need additional resources. I was talking about Florence before. There are many houses that need to be used that are not being used. And how are we going to understand each other? It's a continuous negotiation, because we're talking about subsidiarity, but it is a continuous negotiation at different levels. And we create a relationship. We move forward with the national state. In France, there is something that creates some issues, which is immigration. And the state policy should not be the same as in a progressive local government. So that's where we are facing problems. But we need Europe because we are starting a complicated moment. We need the political support of Europe so we can welcome everybody, people who need a ceiling over their heads. And this is something that public opinions are not doing very well. So we need a cultural fight. It is a fight that goes beyond. We need also funding for us to collect those assets or properties that are not being used. I'm going to try to answer the governance question. We were talking about the need of boosting a metropolitan governance because this affects many situations. For instance, in Barcelona, we have hospitals, we have the airports that affect the city, and we have different policies in the same area. We design strategies, and we need to unify the criteria that we have to face these realities. About the coherence of policies, there is an area we could be discussing about for hours, but the lack of rigor when assessing policies is important. When we talk about social action, sometimes we assess assistance occupation, which is that it's not about the effect of people who went through those institutions, but we need to make a rigorous assessment and where should housing be? Well, nobody knows. Now it is here, then it is there. It should be linked to the maximum authority. If we agree that this is an emergency, and it is an emergency because it is affecting the lives of many people. But we need to fight also the watertight circuits that we have within homelessness, because we are creating an identity. So people are using the spaces that we are all using. For example, an old person could go to a place for seniors. They don't need to be in a place for homeless seniors. So we have like different circuits, one for poor people and another one for a normalized situation. So I think we should bring everything together here.
Thank you. I have really struggled to keep us to time in the Q&A section, but I would like to just give the opportunity both to Elena and to Laure to share some brief reflections on the questions that emerged there.
Okay, I will try to be very brief. Well, when you asked the question around the roles of the various actors, I think it is a scale from enabling to doing, and it is a combination. So in case of, for example, national government, I think that it should be the enabler the one that enables, builds ecosystems, legislation and funding, so other actors such as municipalities, non-profits and others can do. But it is always a mixture of this role, and I think that the trust between those partners or among those partners is absolutely essential.
Okay, thank you very much for being both really adding something and being very, very brief.
So maybe I will try to answer your question, because, and this is linked to the question of where should the fight against homelessness be, like in the housing sector or in the social sector. And I think that your question is very characteristic of how we deal at the state level, for instance, with priorities. And because we have many ministries and we all pursue like different goals, and every, like I will say, every cause is prioritary for each ministry. And homelessness is very special because this is like a consequences of other public policies. It can be considered as a consequences, and so we have a strong work to do to convince other actors that it's necessary to deal the causes in order not to have this consequence. And I think that to end with this, housing first is really a good point of view, because it's like it take a distance from the very social approach, very emotional approach of homelessness, and he is trying to use rationality and to say, look, we have to deal with this problem, and so we have to speak with people that are more or less concerned with the homelessness problem, but the best approach to do it is housing first, because this is less expensive and the results are this result. So even if you're not convinced or even if you're not interested in homelessness, we have to invest in this in order not to pay the bill after. So I think this is.
Okay, perhaps. Thank you. So we are very much out of time. I just would like to thank very much all of the speakers and also the audience for your listening and your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, be careful.
Muchas gracias a todos y a todas. A continuación haremos una breve pausa de 15 minutos. En el hall principal encontraréis un coffee break. Les esperamos al comienzo de la mesa La vida en comunidad, desinstitucionalización y actuación comunitaria con enfoque de las políticas de la lucha contra el sinhogarismo.
We will have later another round table, which will start at 4:15.
All, and now we're going to have our round table, live in community living, disinstitutionalization and community action as a policy approach in the fight against homelessness in Spain and Europe.
Of the afternoon. It's where we have a chance to dig a bit deeper into some of the topics that have been coming up in the last panel. It's about community living, and with a focus, I hope we'll hear as we go along, perhaps on deinstitutionalization aspects under that heading of community living, the type of support that needs to be working and in place for integrated community living as part of this much wider fight against homelessness. When we look back to the Lisbon Declaration, we can see that at least two of the objectives of that declaration, which are a really close link to the topic of this panel. One of them is, of course, the objective that nobody should be living in emergency or transitional accommodation for any longer than necessary before they get into a more permanent housing solution. And the other, of course, is about discharge from an institution. When somebody is discharged from an institution, be it prison, health care, some other care scenario, then of course they should be discharged with an offer of appropriate housing. So if we were to look at that in human rights terms, we're also talking about independent living, the broader concept of independent living, what needs to be in place, the type of support in place for people really to be living on the terms that they choose, where they choose, with whom they choose, in a community setting. Now, as we've heard throughout the day, this is an easy ambition to state. It's quite difficult to realise. I'm sure as we go through the panel, we'll be hearing about the twin challenge of putting in place the housing provision and then the tailored and range of services accompanying and tailored to the individual's needs, the housing first approach. We heard in the last panel from France, amongst others, of that ambition and the challenges of putting it in place, but there are great practices that we can learn from. So to get into the detail, we have got 5 super panelists with a lot of experience here this afternoon. The first thing that you can see is we have reversed the gender balance. So this is a fully gender balanced conference. We're just doing it in 2 chapters. Here we have Edith and myself and 4 male experts in this panel. So welcome to all of you. I'll just give a very quick introduction because time is relatively short. But Edith Lacatos, you are from Housing Europe, Senior Policy Officer from Housing Europe. I think everybody knows Housing Europe at this conference. Josepa Zalaikan, you are more local from the Basque Country, Director of Social Information and Research Service of Foundation Eguia Carriaga Foundation in the Basque Country, so you'll be talking from that perspective. Miles, welcome to you, Miles Ragos from the Council of Europe Development Bank, and you're head of the European Relations Office. Then next to you we have José Manuel Caballol, Director General of OGARSI, so I'm sure known to many of the Spanish participants in the conference today. Welcome to you. And right at the end, we have Javier Parra, your Vice President of the FACIAM Network of Organisations Addressing Homelessness and Director also of CERCADE, an organisation, Social Intervention on Homeless and Migration. So, 5 great experts to take us deeper into this topic. Time is a little bit shorter than the last panel. We're going to have just a little bit more than an hour together, and I would like to have time at the end for some questions and discussion with the audience. So I will call on all the speakers to be relatively disciplined, probably something like 10 minutes maximum per person. I also have a very high-tech system here. This is my yellow card system. So those of you who are following the Rugby World Cup these days, you'll have seen this occasionally. If I show you my yellow card, that means please try to come to a conclusion. So, having said that, an hour is plenty of time to get into a lot of details and a lot of expertise. So we're going to start with you, Edith, from Housing Europe. I think you're well placed to start to take us into these topics. We have heard, of course, it's a given, housing is really the key, or one of the keys, when it comes to strategies to combat homelessness and residential exclusion. We hear, of course, a lot about the Housing First concepts, the provision of housing, twinned with, in very close coordination with social services. Can you tell us, from your perspective, how does this actually articulate in practice? Can you give some pointers on something which I think this broad agreement is a good thing to do? How can it work in practice? And I'll ask you also your second question related to that, and I'm sure you'll touch on it. Housing providers, we haven't talked a lot about that yet today. The specific role of housing providers in helping to deliver on the Lisbon objectives. What needs to happen for that to work effectively?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm happy to present a little bit the insights of what's happening with the work of housing providers. And if you would be so kind to put my presentation, it would be such a great help. I don't know if you have it. So what I wanted to first talk to you about is that when we talk about housing provision, first we need to understand the drivers, why we need more social housing. So I think it's very important when we talk about evidence-based policymaking, and it was articulated several times here. So we are working on collecting data to be able to deliver this evidence-based policy. So we are not just asking building more social housing, but building social housing that is responding to the problem. So for evidence, we need to look into the different drivers, so why we have such high level of homelessness and why our housing providers also struggling to deliver the housing that are needed to house those who are most in need. So we have been talking about the current economic crisis, the problems with the job market. We also know that the number of applications to social housing are getting longer, and you have more time to wait to get a social housing. We also see demographic dynamics, so we see that migration is increasing towards Europe. We also see different dynamics in different countries. In Finland, it is a bit slower. In France, in Germany, it is much more dynamic. We have seen also ties with other countries, and that could be also a driver. We also seen in the last years that the COVID had a big impact on our providers' work, and also the inflation. So the materials prices increased so much that a lot of countries struggle to deliver what they have to. So in the next slide, you can see a graph that is presenting the struggle in France, Germany, and other countries. So actually, in France, 1.8 million dwellings need to be renovated by 2034. In Germany, basically they had to decrease their renovation rate by 1/3, and in Austria, you can see that the cost of materials increased by 38% between 2020 and 2022. So it's a huge challenge, and we are also, of course, talking about the financialization of the housing market. That is also a challenge which is there for decades. So when we take this into account, we also arrive to the conclusion that we need an integrated approach, and this was also pronounced by the previous panelists. So in the next slide, you can see some examples. So we have been working intensively with other partners such as FEANZA, Fondation Abbé Pierre, and Habitat for Humanity. We created the housing solution platforms together, where we try to bring together these key players in tackling homelessness and housing exclusion to see what kind of services work and what kind of solutions work. And the conclusion from this platform was that we will not reinvent the wheel. So we need to work together. So we need to have the housing, but also the social services next to that. So we need to have the policy and the local level work together. And in the last 2 years, we brought together the politicians and the local level. And it was quite an interesting discussion, because at the local level, the social workers said what's not working. And they kind of requested some response from policymakers. So it was a little bit awkward, but I think it's the first step to try to understand what's really working and how we can address this issue. So we would like to organize more events like this, where we bring together policymakers with the local level. So. The housing provider's mission is to provide basically a social and affordable housing to those in need that could go from the most vulnerable to the middle income population. So we, Housing Europe, represent 11% of the total housing stock in Europe. So we have members who own more than 4 million homes, for example, in Germany. So we are talking about really big providers and also smaller providers. So they are basically delivering a mission of general interest. And this is what we also try to articulate in different platforms, also in EPOC, that it is actually a work of general interest. So this is a little bit in a nutshell of what we need. And then in the next slides, I brought you 2 examples of this integrated approach. So the one that is from Austria, I think that was also presented in the last EPOC meeting. The project was called Arriving Home, and this is a perfect manifestation of different levels working together, from the ministry, the financial sector, the social housing providers, and homelessness services as well. And then they try to tackle local homelessness and also the homeless population from refugee background. And the other project that is also very ambitious, and we saw in the Fianzas report that actually in Denmark they tackle homelessness, and it decreased in the last years, that they are working actually with housing advisors. These housing advisors are mobilized to be able to prevent the evictions. So it is also a key approach, and we are trying to promote this work, because we really believe that the prevention is also key to the solution.
Thank you, Edith. I'm noting here, I think a theme throughout the day, of course, no surprise, has been this integrated approach. Interesting, the example that you gave of, also in the work of Housing Europe, linking up the policymakers and the local level, going beyond, what you might call a feedback loop to something which is closer to co-creation, which I guess is what we've been talking about and hearing about throughout the day. And so thank you for that example, and also your slides illustrating, I think, very turbulent conditions of the last few years, whether it's been the pandemic, whether it's been inflation and the cost of living, all of that. And of course, participants here will be living that also in their daily work, the impacts of that. So thank you for getting us started. So I'm going to turn now to you, Josepa. You're Director in the Social Information and Research Service in the Foundation. And you're going to zoom, I think, a bit on the topic of deinstitutionalization specifically. So some questions to you then. Can you talk a little bit around the conditions that need to be in place for successful deinstitutionalization of care for those suffering homelessness? Tell us a bit about specific measures beyond the principles, specific measures and programs that are delivering there. And then in this question of community living, what needs to happen for the community really to be what we could call a safe space, an inclusive environment also for people suffering homelessness, from your experience?
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias. Bueno.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, speaking about deinstitutionalization, the first idea that I think we have to insist on, especially in the framework or in the Spanish surroundings, is following the line of what is of the steps that are being taken in Spain of linking the strategies of deinstitutionalization to the rest of the integration, social integration measures. Because on one side, exclusion, housing exclusion, and homelessness, we have lots of things to learn in a shared way. Taking into account all the advancements in communitary programs and long-term care politics of family and childhood. So there are many ideas also from not only from practical but also from a philosophic point of view that are important when we think about deinstitutionalization and personalization in the framework of the persons without a home. It is very important to take into account all these aspects from other aspects, and I think that this mutual learning can be very positive. Also, taking into account the personalization and deinstitutionalization and all these aspects has different aspects. Sometimes I know here I'd like to focus on some of the things that are so distinctive of this social or housing questions. One of them is the orientation towards dwelling, to pass from a model protagonized by the social service to ordinary housing. I'm not going to get further into detail because many of the other speakers have been speaking about this. But another question that I think is very important has to do with how we understand personalization. And I think that one of the keys, or the most complex keys in this aspect, is to understand personalization as we should understand it. That is autonomy, independence, Edison said it, and control and election, choice. What is the question of constitutionality? What is the role of the independence we give to the projects, the expectancies, activities of the different persons that are in the services for persons without a roof, or what do we do with them? So it's difficult in the aspect of elderly people and persons with other disabilities. For obvious reasons, but the question of the control, the question of the personal aptitudes, capacities, if you are able to accompany, or if you continue in a surrounding where the professional criteria goes beyond or is more important than the persons. These are questions that I think it's obvious, and we all know that there is a paradigm change happening nowadays. And I don't know if you are arriving to have this on the grassroots level. And also arriving to the professional person. We know that with elderly people, it is where we have these personal questions that are very difficult, and this difficulty of adapting our intervention, our professional intervention, to the protagonism of the person is one of the most complex elements we are going to be confronted with. And one of the other elements that is important when we speak about personalization and deinstitutionalization, we speak about rights. And if we speak of rights, we can't keep up models that are based on the discretionality, on the political and technical discretionality. So if we are speaking about a right model that goes beyond the rhetorics, that means subjective, recognized rights for the whole of the population. And so we speak obviously about the right to housing, that there are some communities or some regions or some countries where it is not always recognized in the countries, but we speak about also about the subject right of the aid of the social services. We have also to speak more. Sonia, she said something about this, and I think we have to speak more about the help granted for the revenues. It is very important. If there is not a system of salary or revenue guarantee, the European Commission speaks about aid for the persons who don't have incomes. And one of the most important questions for persons that are living on the street is they don't have this, very often they don't have this subjective right or this guarantee of incomes. And that's something that always been seen during the afternoon is the right to health. Because many homeless persons don't have health care or a right to health enough protected. And another element, I think, beyond the concrete measures, and something also that Sonia told us before, is the need of stratifying and segmenting better the needs of the persons in a situation of homelessness. Because if we speak of personalization and deinstitutionalization, this is one of the aspects where we less discriminate the aspects that go to the point with different persons. We have the young persons, we have young persons that don't have a long-term homelessness situation. We have women, we have more classical persons like persons with addictions and mental health problems. And I very often think that we are not giving distinct solutions, personalized solutions, and with a better capacity of discriminating needs, as we are doing it very much more individualized and much more up to the point, and for other kind of needs. Well, the only thing they really share this person is just the need of a house, of housing, but everything else is completely different. And now speaking about measures, I think there are some measures that are urgent. One of them, as it has been done in Spain recently and other countries before, with elder persons, is the veto of too big structures, because the only thing to progress with the desalination is that the emergency resources are granted, but only on a small scale, but not any more units or shelters for 150 or more persons. That's something that should not exist anymore. So the ratio, the individual rooms, architectural conditions should also be focused on. All this has to be always spoken about with administration in order to veto or to prohibit certain kinds of constructing buildings or ways of just speaking about the architectural point of view, with of course then also all the response about solutions of another kind. I think it is also, something else that was said is there is also an action plan linked to the exclusion of women, because there are less women with a rough living than men, but the situation is very often much more problematic. The resources are much more, and of course there's also an invisible part of a female homelessness that is really very, very, very dangerous. And there I think we need measures in order to get a proper answer for women in situation of homelessness. I think this is something very important. I also wanted to speak, and there's something that has to do with governance, about the need of demunicipalize. That means of avoiding to speak only about the local level, because cities and towns have to be the protagonists of the response given to persons without dwelling. But it can't be just the the wish or the decisions only of the cities, because that would be discretionality. Because that would mean that in some cities the effort would be bigger than in others, with a big or with a appropriate response, and in others not. So in this metropolitan frameworks Sony was speaking about, we have these big differences in places. We have places where the task is not properly fulfilled, and in other cases it is done. So when we speak about this multi-level governance, we have to activate the different administrations, but we have to account and to be careful to avoid that the entities that have less capacity, that are normally the local councils, and very often don't have the capacity to charge them with too much tasks and too much responsibilities. And then the last of the measures, and I don't know if it's a specific measure, but anyway, we have to be speaking about this: how to provide social housing. The prevention of homelessness is not going to change until we have a deep cultural change with regards to the construction. About how we are building our buildings and how we transmit them. We are in an emergency, housing emergency all over Europe. Has to do with the idea that in Spain, at least, or I think everywhere in Europe, everybody has to be owner of a 100 square meter dwelling. And so that gives a situation of houses without people and people without houses. And that's something that is really something that has to be changed. As I told you before, I think we have to change from the architectonic point of view. We have to need new ways of building houses, new ways of inhabiting our dwellings, and the way of transmitting also our properties and our real estates that very often have a quite outrageous form in at least in our country. We have to change the model of access to housing, and all these things have to change. And the last thing, last minute perhaps, well, last question, well, I'd like to share with you one idea. I think we have to avoid idealizing the community. The community may be a dangerous person for persons without a shelter. We have to think that community is very often the solution, but at the same time it can also be the problem. And Sonia said it also already before. One of the old or new speeches is precisely we have to be able to open up the communities from all kind of buildings, because people who live on the street are really, well, they're living in the street. That means we have to create these resources. We have to also to fight or to struggle for the right for all the persons. So there's lots of things done to re-win our communities. But if we don't do it, there are going to be more frustrations with the communities than progress.
And I hope that we'll have time. I'm sure there'll be some experiences to share from the participants and some of the points that you raised there. And I think you summed up really throughout your intervention this kind of paradigm shift which is underway or needs to be underway from institutionalized care to either community support, home-based support. And that, of course, it goes beyond our field of homelessness. It touches also on disability, for example, where we know there's something like 3 million people in the EU with a disability currently living in what could be called an institution. So it's really a paradigm shift in the way in which social care is conceived, but also funded. And that brings me very neatly to our next speaker, Miles. So I think also in the last panel you will have heard, I'm sure, references coming that made you prick up your ears. We've talked today a lot about the ambition of Lisbon, and when we look back at those objectives, they're clearly ambitious. And one element, of course, that will help us to get there is the economic one. Clearly, there's an economic impact of working on those objectives. From the perspective of the Council of Europe Development Bank, can you tell us a bit about the measures which need to be in place, which can be put into place, and the work that's actually happening right now in which the bank is involved to help to make that happen?
Absolutely. Yeah, the issue of objectives was raised earlier, discussed earlier, and frankly, this is the nature of policy objectives. They are always taken up in a maximalist form. So, the zero homelessness by 2030 should also be understood in the context of zero tolerance for drugs and other policy objectives that we have that are always best case scenario based. But real life is a little bit different, and real work, and we also like to work, is a little bit different. So we should not fret about the sheer ambition of Lisbon for a number of reasons, and one is that we are really moving along very well. We think, based on our experience, that platforms like Epoch, they take about 3 to 5 years to show substantive results. And I think we are there. It's great that we have Epoch, and it's great that we have Mr. Laterme leading it. His experience, his stature has shown results already, and I think for the next phase it will be even more important. SCB, we think that his role should be further empowered. The role of Epoch, should basically continue at the current pace with new elements. We talked about CEB coming in and helping out on the issue of funding, sources of funding, where the funds are, and how to get that. Katarina was very clear in the earlier panel about what she expects to see from us, and I think we'll be able to deliver. The funding work stream will take off in November. We're preparing for it right now. A number of you will join us in Paris. I think about 30 of you, and I think we'll be able to provide you some very good answers. Because in many ways we are already doing what the Lisbon Declaration is asking us to do regarding homeless. So perhaps I can use our project in Catalonia as an example of how funding gaps are addressed and how projects of high social value are supported by European institutions. At the end of last year, we signed a substantial loan with ICF, Institut Catalan de Finances, and I hope I'm pronouncing the last part correctly. And due to a specific instrument provided by Brussels called the InvestEU, we were able to basically double up our loan amount. So, for instance, this InvestEU mechanism that just came on will probably be able to help some of you in basically getting funding from public institutions, public banks like CB. This instrument, InvestEU, also comes with a technical assistance mechanism. It's called the Advisory Hub. And we, the CB, we have a substantive amount available to share with you to help you prepare projects, whether they will be InvestEU beneficiaries or not. So this is, this is a very good indication of how we will be able to move forward and deliver some of the results we would like to achieve. But in addition to what we are providing to ICF, we think there are other types of support that we need to find. And this is really, again, to help us provide concessionary lending, because for social infrastructure like housing, concessionary lending is very important. Technical assistance grants to help local authorities, regional authorities to prepare projects, to implement projects is crucial, because from our experience, and you know it yourself, the local authorities quite often do not have the expertise, and they do not have the manpower, they do not have the person days to do all of these things that are required by infrastructure development, or in some cases even providing of care that should go with that infrastructure. So for us, technical assistance grants will be needed either on the European level or on the national level. Integration grants will be needed, again, either on the EPOC or DG employment level. And the other type of concessionary support that we propose is something that we call incentive grants. We have some grants ourselves from our own profits, and we use them in cases of projects of high social value, where we go to project sponsors and say, have you considered to have among your beneficiaries homeless people? If you would like to consider it, we would like to provide you a grant of 1 million or 2 million to include such beneficiaries. So if we would like to be ambitious on the homeless and achieve some of the numbers that we think we can achieve by 2030, I think incentive grants like this should have an important role. But as I said, this is something that we will discuss again and consider when we meet in Paris at the end of November. Perhaps, one more thing to add. Again, to conclude, I think we're really moving in the right direction. We are delivering as expected. EPOC is fully staffed, but we would really encourage the parties to help EPOC to have the real power of beef, quote unquote, as we say in some variants of the English language. This is very important. I think the financing gap providers are ready. We are ready. EIB is ready. National promotional banks are ready. CB is providing about 1.5 billion in housing loans every year. So I think there's a lot of room for us to come in. EIB does even more, so I'm sure they will be ready to provide funding. The third element, which is also very important, are the social enterprises, the NGOs that provide the integration care and, sometimes document preparation. I think they're ready as well. We have seen them succeed, contribute substantially on the issue of migrants in Europe, on the issue of IDPs in post-conflict countries. Some of them are here today and they are ready to help. So I think we are doing quite okay. And CB is very happy to participate. We are Europe's exclusive social development bank, so it makes sense that we are there. We'll continue to be with you. So thank you for having us. I'd like to also thank the Spanish presidency for bringing us to Avila. It's a fantastic surprise. I love to be in cities where there's only one out flight a day. And for me, that flight is boarding right now, so it's a very good feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mel. Thanks, Mel. So you sketched out indeed at least part of the menu of financial instruments which are there, but also I think importantly to see them in the broader landscape, because leveraging the finance is one thing, but as you made very clear, it needs to be, ingrained in a landscape with the right technical assistance, with mobilized NGOs, and let's come back to our idea of the integrated system. And it's a very good time as we start the autumn to look ahead to this work strand of the platform, which is really now getting underway, thanks to the dedication also in the super partnership with the CB. So thanks to you. So turning now to the next speaker, that is José Manuel Caballol. So José Manuel, you're the General Director of OGARCI. And I know that what you'll be talking about this afternoon particularly is an experience since something like 2017, where you've been working on an alliance to upscale Housing First experiences in Spain. So some questions to you then. Your work, I should also mention this particular strand of work is to come back to the issue of funding financed by the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. Can you tell us a bit about the rationale for this work on upscaling the alliance that you have built and that you're engaged with, the main characteristics of that, and maybe forward-looking, now that you've been engaged in this for some time, what are your takeaways as you look to the future? What can be the impacts of this work on the broader picture of social policy reform in Spain?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. First of all, I would like to say that I'm here on behalf of an alliance with the association Provivienda, and I'm afraid that you are going to have to listen to me instead of my colleague. But well, I would like to highlight something about this project, which is that it is an alliance. This may seem reasonable, but for those of us who work in this sector in Spain, we know it's not so frequent or easy to do. This alliance, we've been working about the necessary supports and the necessary housing, and this project makes sense because we have two organizations specialized on different aspects. Provivienda has been working on housing for exclusive groups for 30 years, and we have been working on the support for homeless people, specifically when we talk about innovation. So this alliance makes sense and is one of the pillars of the two projects that we have financed with the Next Generation funds. The second key would be 12 public administrations convinced that we can generate innovation, and I'm talking about public administrations from different levels, local, regional, state, and this makes sense to generate a pilot big enough to set an example. And I would like to also thank the way we are conducting the project, because it allows to test, to make mistakes, to solve them, and justify expenses. It is flexible, and we are allowed to make experiments, and this is something that is complicated when you are conducting these types of projects. So, as you said in my presentation, we have been working since 2016 to scale the Housing First methodology in Spain. We had some success. We have around 500 Housing First houses, and we believe that we have contributed at state level to the already existing evidence that Housing First works for people who are homeless. So, making the most of that experience, we use these projects to go a little bit beyond. So what Housing First can do has been proved already, and we wanted to generate further impact apart from that experience. So we tried to pilot these new ideas on 4 directions. First, we can replace shelters by normalized housing in communities. Secondly, we can have autonomous exits of people who are in houses right now, offering them different services that they can choose. Third, we can prevent the chronification in the system with a detection of people who just arrived into the system, and early detection also providing them with a set of services during the first months when people still have relationships and skills to move forward. And finally, the case of young people. Fabian will talk about this later. And what we wanted to do was to create a pilot to adapt the Housing First for Youth methodology here in Spain. From a methodological point of view, I would like to highlight some things. The customization of the housing solutions. We have moved from housing first individual houses scattered with specific characteristics to make solutions more flexible with the choice of the users. Some users want to live together with other users because they create a group of coexistence. Others decide to live in a rented room, in a house that does not belong to the organization. Other people decide to move back with their family members. So we start from housing solutions in normalized environments. I'm not talking about shelters or something like that. The second one would be the demodalization of methodologies. Those of you who are working on social projects, you know that development, unlinking, etc. is okay, but when we want to customize the services given to people and their experiences, the steps or stages are given by people, not by the projects. So you may have somebody sheltered for 3 months, but another person may need 6 months, another person 1 month. So we need to listen to them. Something that we have been working on and is giving us very good outcomes that we hope we can share with you by the end of the project is the direct transfer project. We've been working on this, well, in Canada they have been working on it, and it's about financing directly the autonomy plans of people. This means giving them the amount of money they need to carry out their plan without supervising how they spend the money. We are trying to carry out these experiences, and we are having very interesting results and some scientific evidence of significant improvements with regard to other plans. Then we have professionals with upscaling and rescaling of professionals. If we need to change the system and we need to create new methods, we need to learn new skills, we need to create new professional profiles, because if we are moving from organizing processes to becoming coaches or offering help or accompaniment, maybe we should change the roles we are playing in our professional roles. And finally, still talking about methodology, the entities making up the project with those 12 public administrations, 2 organizations, many teams. The governance of the project is being conducted with agile methodologies, but well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. As for the impacts of the project, we believe that we are proving that the disinstitutionalization is something that can be done. We have now a very big amount of people who were in shelters and now they are living in their own houses. When we talk about prevention, we have 266 people who have been in the system for less than 6 months and have left it with early assistance plans. I would like to highlight here that we need to reinforce the detection system for these people. When we asked the city councils for people who were in the system for less than 3 months, they could not find them. They had no data, so they were not able to find people who had been in the system for 3 months. I'm talking about shelters, public spaces. And this is important because this is very efficient. People who just came into the system have a lower level of this structuration. I have a yellow card, so I'm going to say something very quickly. I asked to estimate the amount of money that we had spent in people who had been in the program between 3 and 10 months. 50 euros per person per day. That's the amount, the cost of a shelter. But I want to insist on what we saved. More than 80% of people who are homeless have been in that situation for more than 1 year. If we compare those 50 euros per day with a person who has been there for 1 year, we are saving 5,000 euros per person. But if we are unlucky and 40% of people who have been in the system for more than 3 years, we would be talking about 60,000 euros per person and year that we would have to add. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, José Manuel. Always interesting to try to put figures on these reforms. That's interesting figures that you shared with us there. And you also touched on something we haven't had time to talk a lot about yet today, which is the workforce skills, because as you very rightly say, this kind of really paradigm shift to de-institutionalization calls for some quite careful thinking about how workforce skills are developed and maintained. Another interesting debate. So thanks to you, and we're coming now. I'm turning to you, Javier Parra. So you're Vice President of the FACIAM network, which will be known to certainly the Spanish participants here, I'm sure. And question to you then, in around the next 10 minutes. Can you tell us about the work that you're currently engaged in, the learnings that you can take from that as we look ahead? Because I think this afternoon we're much in the business of looking back at the last 2 years of the platform, but also looking ahead in terms of learnings and impacts for the experience that we have as we go forward with reform. What lessons do you see from the work that you've been engaged in terms of future social policy reform?
Vale, pues. Thank you very much. I don't know if we can play my presentation, which will help me to focus. The good thing about the last one is that almost everything has been said, so I can just summarize and focus on a couple of things. So I would like to thank you on behalf of FACIAM and the platform and member states for choosing Spain and Asturias. And of course, thanks to the Ministry and the General Director, Patricia, for trusting FACIAM and for helping us with experience on Futuro and COC, which has been a revolution in the network. And thanks to the team and the 14 institutions that make up FACIAM. So thank you very much for having me and allowing me to tell you this story. FACIAM network is a network that has been working on fighting homelessness for 40 years. We have agreement with the main cities in Spain, managing different resources, services, programs in cases of emergency, but also going hand by hand in the long term with people who are homeless. I don't know if you can play my presentation or not. Okay, well, let's go. So we had a figure for you, which is 30%. Some years ago, we identified, preparing the yearly report of FACIAM, that 30% of people who were assisted were under 29 years old. And 5 years later, we had increased this figure by 10%. We were shocked, and we saw how the data provided by INE, which are partial and we believe in some cases are not showing the reality. They established 21%, 6,000 people who are homeless, and in some meetings at FEANSA level and in other countries, we've seen how youth homelessness is increasing. Given this reality, one of the issues we wanted to tackle was Futuro & Co., which is a project financed by the Resilience and Recovery Funds, and it aims within the FACIA network with 6 regions, including Asturias, so thanks to our colleagues here in Asturias. So the aim is to prepare a model, specific intervention model, to work with young people in homelessness situations and help them. The Futuro & Co. Project is a very simple model where we have normalized housing, shared housing, because we believe one of the initial hypotheses is that among young people, favoring shared housing can help to build a community and social networks, even if we are also highlighting the need of privatizing some spaces to create the feeling of belonging, but also customized support. So we have created different types of support that have to do with housing, but also health, legal aspects, regularization, administration, access to jobs, income. And we have created a catalog that is customized to the specific needs of each of these young people. We thought this was innovative, but not enough. So what we wanted to propose was that, well, at the end of the day, housing plus support is something that many entities are doing. So we said, okay, the innovation of Futuro & Co. is about how we are doing things and how we are rethinking ourselves. So we would like to highlight 5 things that Futuro & Co. is incorporating and will be available for the administrations. So first of all, we have conducted a very significant work of questioning the power relationships. We believe this is a small problem. We need to learn from other areas. For instance, in the health section, when we talk about the patient and the doctor, at social services, we need to do the same. So we have created a process of working on the organizational culture of these entities and how they intervene. And this has generated many questions about who is setting the rules on these houses, who establishes the amount of the support given. There is a second element that has to do with the development of a series of a set of tools focused on creating methodologies that make intervention be based on the needs of the people participating in the project. It's not about focusing on the professional who says what you need to do and when, but we are asking people about what they need. Third, we have incorporated also a social mentoring model that we believe favors the naturalization of some relationships, and also incorporating and strengthening something that Sonia talked about, and also Joseba, which is about not generating specific circuits for people in a situation of exclusion, using the EU mechanisms to generate a real naturalization. A fourth point, which has to do with economic self-management. We delegate the responsibility on young people, so the aid system has been decided in a customized way, and I think this focuses on the need of rethinking this social policies funding. So finally, we are working on a tool that we believe is very interesting to assess and diagnose the situation of people who are homeless, and it may be used to design projects and services that will focus on life in a community. I'm not going to talk a lot about the outcomes of the project. We are having more than 300 young people who have been surveyed thanks to the support of the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. And the data that we currently have are very interesting. We've seen a reduction by 50% of the feeling of loneliness among people. And something which is also important is that we are being able to change the relationship matrices of these people. We conducted some research at FACIA among 700 people, homeless people, and 3 out of 5 people had nobody in their lives. And maybe they just had a professional who could be their reference to have a relationship with. But at Future & Co, we are having young people to choose as a priority their family, their friends. And finally, before I get the yellow card, I'm going to focus on 4 specific elements that we believe are important. When we talk about young people, we've said that it is the case of Spain and Europe, and it is about fighting against hate discourses. We've seen how exclusion is being criminalized, how we believe this is an essential step for communities to stop being aggressive spaces for these people. People who have been excluded need to do a lot of work, but we also need to work on that, those of us who have excluded them. Young people require a specific approach. We need to talk about prevention, because excluded youth is the result of problems in other areas. I'm talking about the transfer of migration policies to the problems that we are finding, those of us who work in emergency situations. And also I'm talking about all the kids who have been protected and then are excluded. So we believe that we need to have a specific look at these young people who are excluded, and this requires the transversality we were talking about this morning. And finally, Future & Co is a project in which we focus on the support system. We are still focused on housing, of course, because we understand that the eradication of homelessness involves focusing on housing, but we believe that when we talk about housing plus support, we need to shape that support. We need to make it relevant, because if we are in a disinstitutionalization process, we also need to create a support system that is robust, customized. If not, we may have these people who are institutionalized. They will end up being forgotten. And we believe at FACIAM that there is a lot to say about homelessness when we talk about income guarantee, community employment, inclusion, social protection, etc. And that's Futuro & Co. You will find all the tools in our website, and they will be available to all of you. Thank you very much.
Javier, I think you were the perfect last speaker in this panel, because as well as giving some of the details of that particular project, I think you opened up the question of, what does an inclusive community really look like? And today we're talking about homelessness, but you opened up some very interesting ideas also from that broader perspective. What do we mean when we talk about an inclusive community? So at this stage in the afternoon, what I'm thinking is we are not going to have time for questions and responses from all the panelists, but what we might have a chance to do is reactions, comments, if anybody wants to share. Has this resonated with your experiences? I can already see one hand. I can see several hands, one right in the middle of the room and one over there. So feel free also just to share a comment, a remark, something that you want to raise before we close.
Hola, en primer lugar,
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030 for celebrating this event here, speaking about homelessness, and thanks also to all the participants that have shared with us very interesting ideas about this aspects. We are an ONG that is Corrales in the world. We have been work with a project. Everybody says that it's really something very innovative. It's a social innovation, but it can also be considered some sort of basic rent in species. What we want to work on in Mexico, in Uruguay, and also here in Spain, is some sort of proposal that everybody just because of the fact of being a human being has the right, or is entitled to a right to housing, energy, health, and education. And the interesting or the new thing about, or the innovative aspect of our idea is that the vulnerable person or vulnerable households that live in this informal dwellings, especially in Latin America, because we have to take into account that homelessness is not just living on the street, also all kinds of substandard dwellings. So it is important how to see it in the moment when we construct the idea of how we want to live and how we want to develop a life. Our model of the corrales, that's the traditional Spanish word for community-based living. It is not just it's generating community, sharing, living together, generating ideas, sharing some sort of way of getting some sort of mutual support. And so in order to get out of poverty, we have to take into account that poverty is also a mental state. It needs years to get out of the mental problem of poverty. So this proposal is that the persons should be the middle point, that they themselves, with the help, of course, of the administrations, are the starting point for the ideas of how they want to shape their lives. So the idea is give the people an active role, because it's also a way of empowering themselves. And I finish. We have presented this proposal to many administrations in Uruguay. We got the support of the ex-president Jose Mujica, and we presented everywhere. And everywhere, well, people was delighted with the ideas. They tell us that there is a possibility of presenting our project. Everybody likes our project. Everything's fantastic, but we don't have any historical record. We don't have any infrastructures. We don't have financial means of getting the first impulse for our project. So we are looking for partnerships, and I wanted to know if any of the persons who are sitting here in the panel, how could you, if you could have any idea for us for this kind of small ONGs like ours, in order to be able to have this first impulse, in order to take the first steps in something in the direction that we want to do it.
That, and I'm sure when we close, certainly some of the panelists will want to discuss with you on any options that they see that they may be aware of for following up on that. Interesting also to look beyond our EU context. These are challenges not unique to our part of the world. A question or a reaction from over here, please go ahead.
Gracias.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to the ministry, first of all, and above all, Patricia, for organizing this very interesting event. I'm Mari Carmen Barrera. I am Vice President of the Group of the Workers of the Economical and Social Council for the in the UGT social organization, workers organization UGT in Spain. I wanted to reflect a bit, or think about a bit about the following idea. We have seen what we have seen in the activity have been generating in the committee lately, is that there are very good experiences, very good dynamics in Europe. You see it everywhere. All these mutual learnings. All these politics that are developed in different cities. We see also these organizations. But we see also that there's a part of Europe that is left behind. So this is not the general reality we have all over Europe. If we travel to other countries in Europe, other cities, we see this. Even in Brussels, we can see that reality very often is quite different. So what is our analysis of this? Well, up to here, there has been the platform has, well, and also because of belonging to it, but I think that the platform in this short term of visualization of work, of shared work, has been really something incredible. But at the same time that last year the European Commission started this, or 2 years ago, started the strategy for the rights of the LGBT persons. We spoke about the rights of childhood, the strategies, the European strategy for the rights of childhood and the guarantee and the children guarantees. Why not create a European strategy for the rights of roofless person, or to say, put it another way, to eradicate in Europe the phenomenon of homelessness? Why don't we create the right, will to right, in the framework of a strategy that could be even the first step of a directive, European level directive, that coordinates the politics in the European framework for the fight against this phenomenon? And it would be very important because we see these very good practices in many countries that could be disseminated to other countries. And I think this is perhaps the most important point. Many data are quite obscure. That's why very often we don't even know what the realities in many countries of Europe are. Well, all this, what I'm telling you, is just what I want to tell you, that in the Economic and Social Council, as a follow-up of my initiative, we are asking for a report in order to ask a European strategy that could be even brought to the European Union, and therefore we are not only working on this, but also we are organizing an event that is going to take place 14th November in the Spanish Parliament, together with the progressive groups of the Parliament and the Regions Committee, in the framework of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, and thanks to the work of Patricia from the ministry. Well, I want to finish saying that next year is going to be an elections year. It's going to be quite crucial elections, and we want to activate also the different progressive groups of the parliament, and we really want the parliament to work in the right direction, so that the work that has been done until now continues being alive, and depending on the political options that are chosen, the work goes on. We want to work in the framework of the Spanish presidency. We want to deliver this report in this framework in order that it serves as a tool, and we hope that the Belgian president is also going to take into account this glove we have thrown before us, and they're going to continue on this line in the long term. Because I must say it very quite sincerely, in order to speak about the phenomenon of homelessness, what should I sell? Well, finally, it's really a shame that in Europe, with all the means we have, with the wealth we have in Europe, when we visit different cities all over Europe, we see that we can't call it by another name than just it's a scourge. It really scourge that we should not admit in Europe, and so we have to take really precise measures in order to end once and forever with this European scourge. That is what I will tell you. Thank you very much.
Maria Carmen, and I'll see one last remark from over here. Let me just say in response to your comments, I think you're putting the spotlight on the importance at this stage between 2023, 2024, important year, of taking a look at the next step on social Europe, and it's something which, of course, the future Belgian presidency has already made very clear will be an absolute priority for them in the field of homelessness, but also far beyond. And it will be interesting and I think stimulating also to continue this discussion in the first semester of next year. So one final remark, and then we will close this part of the programme over here.
Muchas gracias por darme la palabra.
Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, thanks to all the panelists for their fantastic interventions, and also because we have been focusing very much on the person and on the capacity of taking decisions of the person, and that's something that is very important. So my small comment, it's really not a question. It is also not. It's not my intention to put anybody under pressure. Not the mayor and nobody else. But one thing that's been said is the capacity of election and being flexible in certain actions is important, and also the question of the next generations and all the things that have allowed us to continue. My question is, are we going to be able to continue this with the ordinary system of financing system we have within our local councils? Are we going to be able? Are we going to learn the lessons and are we going to use them, or are we going to continue with formulas like we have in the case of Spain, where year after year the provisions for financing is just 6 months, 7 months, and then once the term is over, everything is forgotten. It's important because the European Commission has fulfilled its vision. Are the public administrations on a national level or a regional level or local level, are they going to be able to maintain these good practices? That is the question I ask myself. Thank you very much.
I think your remark or your question kind of sums up what for me has been a very interesting panel, because we've ranged from very specific practical experiences to starting to open up some much broader questions of the sort that you raise, or when it comes to things like workforce development and recruitment, Javier talked about, I think it was you, Javier, talking about power relationships in different organisations. So for me, a big thank you to the panellists, because you have done a great job of looking both at the smaller details of our experiences, but also opening up some of these really broader fundamental questions. And before we leave the stage, a special thank you, of course, to the Spanish Presidency, Patricia, and your team, who also over the summer period, never the easiest period to put in place an event like this, have done such a great job of bringing us together here, an intense day of discussion. So many thanks to you. We're still only at the beginning of the Spanish Presidency, so we have some months together still to work further on this and other topics. So thank you very much for the organisation of the day, and thank you, of course, to the five panellists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos y a todas. A continuación...
Thank you all. Now we're going to close up our meeting. We are going to start now. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. We are arriving to the closing moment of our seminar. And well, the first thing I want to do is to thank you very sincerely for all those that have been participating, all the experts, Ruth and Alison, our moderators. It's always a hard task to do this work, and to all the persons that have come from far away very often to this event that is so important for our ministry, because it's a show of the priority all this is from the Secretary of State, the importance we give to this, and the importance of the work in this legislature and the work we want to do in future. Thank you for your debates, for your ideas, because I think it is very important to take them all into account in order to mainstream them into the public policies that are going to be the consequence of this initiative, so that these initiatives start to be structural in the design of the social politics, and that we continue advancing in this direction. Of course, the commitment of the Spanish government in this question is clearly to be seen. As we said in the beginning, the approval in the month of July of the strategy, of the Spanish strategy of the combat against homelessness, always aligned, and we always as a roadmap of the goals we committed to in the Declaration of Lisbon. The Secretary of State and me, we were in Lisbon at the moment, signing the declaration. So this commitment was not just a protocol action or event, but really the Spanish commitment with this. We have seen also in the other panel that we're speaking about these funds, this resilience and funds, the MRR funds, and wanted all these investments go to social politics and to do it in order to transform politics, to do things in another way. And in this process of deinstitutionalization, a word that has been said today very often, to get along all these persons, as said Jose before, with all the basic elements of the model that are all the same when you speak about long term, when you speak about disability, when you speak about children and young persons when they are institutionalized, when you speak about how to do the things. There are many, many elements that are common elements, specifically these projects that have been presented, financed on this innovation line with regards to deinstitutionalization. And there has been something created that is very important. That is a community apprenticeship. So while these projects were presented, we have been sharing and learning from this process, and that's something very important. And we are also, a couple of years ago, we worked together with the Spanish regions and the local councils on this project, and we're going to have a pilot project in ends of October, in order to implement this model that we have given us ourselves, and we're going to develop it in a number of Spanish cities, in order to have a database on which to continue disseminating these policies. So this commitment from the Spanish government, we want it to be shared, and that's why we had this event. We have also the Belgian presidents, who I want to thank for the work and for the shared work of all these months, in the present and in the future. And also to thank the European Platform for combat against homelessness and its president for this effort and this work. And I think that this promising future is something where we see, as we see here, there is a consensus that we have to strengthen it and we have to continue progressing. In order to close this event, I not only want to thank you. We have also here personalities that are going to be with us in this closing ceremony. We have here the mayor of Avilés here with us, who is going to. It's Mariví Monteserín, who's going in presentation of this town. It's going to be. One other thing that is really charming is that everybody was delighted with your town. Something that also I think has to be said, because many people didn't know the city of or the town of Avilés, and have been charmed have been delighted by the charms of this town. Then our Belgian Minister of Pensions and Social Integration, Karine Lalieu, who has been also here and is also going to be present, symbolizing the changing of the guard, so to say, the future of our activities. And then, of course, Ignacio Alvarez, our Secretary of State for Social Rights, who is the one who steers this politics in collaboration with different persons that belong, or that have the pleasure to belong to his team. So, Mariví, whenever you please, you have the floor. Good afternoon. We are delighted to have been so well, so that this that has been such a as you say, a charming surprise for you to get to know our city. So we are really delighted to have people visiting us, and well, really, it was really very nice to be able to share this day and this event with you. I think it is something very important. It's also a vocation this town has, and when I say the town, I mean also the social agents, not only the institutions, in this struggle against homelessness. So thank you. Thanks to the government of Spain and to the European Union and to the platform, the European platform for combat against homelessness, for the decision of choosing Avilés as C of this technical meeting in the framework of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, and afterwards the Belgian presidency. As a seminar of good practices that allows us to analyze the importance of the work done by the Spanish government in the framework of the project of innovation financed by the mechanism for the recuperation and resilience in the of homelessness. And I have to say that here the struggle against homelessness is much older than the next generations. We have been already working for a couple of years on this, and of course this has to continue. It is like this, and well. So welcome to all of you to Avilés. As you said, it's a town that has a very firm commitment with housing as a fundamental right of persons, and as one of the basic principles and one of the main principles of the politics of well-being and the model of living together that identifies our town of Avilés. Our priority is to guarantee or to grant proper housing, starting from three principles: prevention of the exclusion, of housing exclusion, and the permanence of persons in their regular dwelling, access to public housing, especially in the case of vulnerability, especially the persons that are in a situation of homelessness, and to improve the conditions and efficiency, from energetic point of view, of these limited profit housing. We are also very important to this fight against homelessness with a network of help to the persons that are in this situation, with this clear commitment of the work against homelessness, with this financing and these budgets. We also foster this program for the follow-up and social attention in the streets with our monitors that detect the needs of the person, and to help to create the links that allow to create this process of accompaniment, help, and bringing closer to them the incorporation, the social incorporation. What I want to say is that the persons that are in a situation of homelessness, they don't have just a problem of housing. They have other problems. They have a whole rucksack of problems and pathologies and diseases and many other problems. In order to help them in their self-determination as persons, in order to be able to be once again those who manage their own life. And so we have to work on different fronts. It's not just a question of housing. We also have, of course, the local center for the short term, for 3 to up to 7 days. Have been here. We're seeing this subject of working also against this model, that is so unflexible model, and this is something that also is going to be incorporated into our principles, because I think this is very important to be flexible in these situations. Also with the possibility to broaden it to a stage of 1 month, with the possibility of hygiene, etc., and also information and accompaniment and orientation and other aspects, as we said before, from a legal, labor, health point of view, in order to help these persons to regain the control of over their lives. And here in this center we've opened, we have also, we have given this space, this different space of socialization and of helping out the person in the aspect of personal. We have also this for the long term, for up to 2 years, for the reconduction society for persons without economic resources, a lack of family networks, or with problems of physical or mental illness. And also programs in this with a housing-led program with shared housings for the temporary housing of persons that are in a situation, in an advanced situation of recovery, of getting back to the normalized housing situation. Moreover, in our village, we already participate in this housing first model. We have learned a lot of the housing first model with this housings that are issued and given to these persons. This year, our local administration and also our region and the governmental region, together with other local entities and 4 regional and administrations, we are going to participate in the de-installation project with the group of the network for the social liberal network and the association for housing initiative that is funded by the ministry. It has to do, of course, with it works with the MRR funds in order to get this model centered on the focus on the person, and that is the commitment that is always present in the action of Aviles in the last 8 years. We have been working on it. This is going to be able. So we're going to be able to reduce 20% the vacancies in our system of services against homelessness. Well, just to summarize, I wanted just to tell you that we all here in Aviles, we think that quality housing is essential. It is actually in Spain. You have to take into account that it is not only part of our constitution, it's a right enshrined in our constitution, but also something the Spanish government signed in the Lisbon Declaration. And I think that for us as a local council, of course, we know people that are living here on the streets, and of course, when we know that there's somebody that is having this rough life and is living in the streets, it's something that really is really hard to accept when it is your own town. Perhaps a minister or somebody is more far away, it may be perhaps not so touching, but for me specifically, I know one person, her name is Petra, who is living here, sleeping in open air. And so also a question that in a smaller town like Aviles, of course, it is very much more touching because we have, of course, the contact with the person is much closer than in bigger cities. That's why it also was very interesting to hear about the experience of Barcelona. And that is why also it is very important also for us to include a quite important budget for these for this resort. It is important that this is a landmark for us now, the fight against homelessness. Thank you to the ministry and our Secretary of State. It's already the 2nd time that he visits us here. And thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for your hospitality, for being with us during the whole event. Thank you for both things. Now we are going with Caroline Lalieu, the Minister of Pension and Social Integration of Belgium. Good afternoon, Miss Monteserin, I had the opportunity to say hello to you before. Thanks for this welcome, this so warm and heartfelt welcome. I've been already, I must say, in Asturias on holidays, but I had never been to Avilés. It's really a very human town and a very charming location. I think that everybody here, specifically the Spanish minister, has been speaking about the fight against homelessness and has shown also, and we have seen it in this during this event, in the declaration we have been signing this moment, that for them it is obviously one of the priorities of the European Union today, and also for the European Union of the future. I regret to say that I had not the whole day at my disposal, because I had at my disposition because I had other European tasks to fulfill. But what I've heard that has been really very, very interesting. We have already seen all this in our during meeting of Lisbon, and there are lots of social innovation. There are many things being tested on the grassroots level, these and that, and of course we're going to have perhaps need some more specific or specific things, but we are really very proud of these innovations from an economical point of view, and I plus D, and perhaps Europe also should think that social innovation is part of an added value, and that it has to have the same importance as the rest of the added values in Europe that are more, so to say, are so more focused on benefit. I think we have to show the social affairs minister, the Secretary of State, and also, generally speaking, that all this is European wealth for the future. And investments in the social aspect are something very important. It's not an expense, as we very often hear at the European and European institutions. I've heard with the very interesting speech of the mayor of Avilés, because I'm minister of the federal government, and so I'm quite far away from the grassroots level. But first, in previous times, I've been deputy mayor in Brussels. Of course, in Brussels we have also problems with homelessness. But also the president of the Social Action Center of Belgium, where one of my priorities was to combat homelessness. So I'm back to housing first. Housing first is something essential, and we said it before. The right to housing is essential, and I heard the last intervention with all the specificity of the housing first is this individualized or personalized taking care of persons, and not institutionalizing persons. Not dictating persons the rules for their life. No, is the opposite. Responding to the needs of the person that are specifically tailored for the person. So all these rights are important: the shelter, the roof, the house. But that doesn't mean that we forget all the other aspects that are so important, as it is an accompaniment. And we have to think also about all these social workers, all the persons that work in this sector, that are also part of the solution and have to be a part also of the structural solution. I've been visiting here a project here in Avilés. I was with one person here, a person who's very interested in the city. Well, actually, she comes from Bilbao, but she really enjoys being here in Avilés, and I asked her how long she was going to stay here, and she said for always, if everything goes as it should. So here this person has a shelter, has a roof, and so in the future this person is going to be able to progress in her life as everybody else. I also heard this call to Europe. It's important. If I understood well, Spain has invested a part of the its funds for the fight against homelessness. It is important to work with different local councils. I think it was 10 millions of euro in order to be able to buy these apartments or dwellings. It's very, very important to fulfill this until 2025. But it's not only the states. I sincerely think that we have to be much more ambitious at the European level. That is the message that Belgium wants to transmit. This idea is very important, I think, for the European Union. I hope that with the ratification of the rest of the countries, of all these 27 countries, it is going to be really an important step forward. It's important. I heard this idea of this directive. Of course, 6 months is quite ambitious. It's not going to be easy to fulfill this, but of course it has to be a part. Next European Parliament, next European Commission have to take up this task with structural funds that are going to be applied to this. I think it's important to have the structural funds specific for all this and this fight against homelessness. And I'm going to summarize just with one idea. We all have to give our support to the member states, the European platform. We all have to show our commitment to the social basis. This always has been the social pillar. That's something Belgium has always been defending. We have always there once again, and we have to support them in the principle 19 of the rights, of the social rights, in order to eradicate homelessness. So we are going to work on this. We're going to work together with the Spaniards, with the Hungarians, who are going to do the first presidency of the next European Commission. And I would take advantage also to thank all administrations that work. They work a lot in order to fulfill something in Spain now, and later on it's going to be in Brussels. And as I said this morning, we are going to have a meeting, I hope, in Brussels with the 27 ministers of the 27 European ministers. At least they are invited, and the event is going to take place. And I really hope that all the countries are going to participate and they respond in a positive way to our call. And I hope that they're going to be on the 8th and 9th February to Brussels in order to sign this common strategy, this declaration for the future European Commission. And also this is going to be a program for this mutual apprenticeship. We see that these interchanges allow us to improve our work in all our 27 countries. This allows us to take a step forward in the fight against homelessness. And I think that the end of homelessness is not just an illusion. It's something that can be real if we work against this shame and this scourge in Europe. Thank you very much. And now the last one is going to be Ignacio Álvarez, Secretary of State for Social Rights in Spain.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Patricia. It's an honor to close this event together with the Mayor, Marevi, and together with the Minister of Pensions and Social Integration of the Government of Belgium, Karin. So it's a pleasure. I've been listening to the different speeches, interventions. I couldn't listen to all of them because I have a complicated agenda, but well, sometimes things overlap. But we have identified a common element that has been highlighted, and it is necessary, which is collaboration between the different stakeholders and the need of developing and strengthening that collaboration. And I think this event has been proof of that. We have seen how European stakeholders, starting by the Commission, national stakeholders, our government, the regional minister who has been here with us today, or the city council, and different governments of different member states, and the third sector, of course, and having the platform here. All of this shows the need and commitment to this collaboration among the different stakeholders. So I would like to thank you all. I believe that collaboration is essential, and having today the president of the platform, the commission, representatives of local administrations, of the next European presidency, all of this shows the commitment of all of you to the fight against homelessness. And doing it here in Asturias, specifically in Áviles, gives it the point of view of a pioneering city that has fought against homelessness before we had the Next Generation funds and a moment where we could extrapolate this to a national scale. In the last few years, there were crises, very hard crises. We faced the pandemic during these years. We faced a war at the very heart of Europe. We faced the reality where energy costs were increasing dramatically, where food costs was increasing for millions of houses in our country, and this affected European homes and especially the most vulnerable ones. And this overlapping crisis and this complicated context has made the problems that we have in Europe and Spain when we talk about housing even worse. All of this has translated, in spite of the big efforts made by the coalition government to build a shield to prevent evictions, energy cuts, etc., to protect employment, to become the worst of these circumstances. But we need to acknowledge that for homeless people, the right to have a home has become something they cannot reach in many cases. In this sense, the report introduced by FEANSA shows a dramatic situation with almost 1 million people living in a homeless situation in Europe, and we are forced to work even harder to eradicate a reality that is just the peak of the iceberg. Nowadays, we have realized that the area between homelessness and the fact of having a home is a gray area where we can find many situations where we cannot say that a person is homeless, but they are at risk of becoming homeless. So that peak of the iceberg needs to make us realize that the housing policies need to be part of the social agenda, as the minister said, in Europe, and also focusing on the risk of homelessness in the different housing policies and tackling it. Homelessness, and I believe this is obvious for all of us, but not for the entire society, and is far from having its origins in bad personal decisions or the individual responsibility. It's not fair to say that. And it is inefficient from a point of view of public policies to face homelessness. It is a structural reality that obeys to different factors. That's why in June 2021 we signed a milestone which was the Lisbon Declaration on the platform to combat homelessness. This milestone involved a new era for Europe to fight homelessness, and it helped us in Spain to move forward. For our government to strengthen its commitment by approving a national strategy 2023 to 2030 to fight homelessness in Spain, and it involved a paradigm change in our social policies, bringing what the Lisbon Declaration established to our own state policies. We are not going to manage homelessness, but we are going to eradicate homelessness, and we want to have that date 2030 as the horizon to eradicate homelessness in our country. It is an ambitious goal, obviously, but nobody could tell us that it is impossible. Nobody should tell us that it is impossible, because there are countries in the north of Europe who have been able to do it. So why can't we do it in Spain? We obviously need funding. The Next Generation funds have been a first step, but funding needs to still be there once these funds are no longer there, when they are not part of our political agenda. But apart from funding, there is something even more important, which is our determination. If we don't keep working during the next few years, we won't be able to achieve this goal. So events like this will help Spain and other countries to take on this commitment as an objective to guarantee the human rights and dignity of European citizens. We cannot coexist with almost 1 million people sleeping rough in our streets around our continent. From the very first moment, we saw, within the scope of this Spanish presidency of the European Council, homelessness should play an essential role in our agenda for this presidency. It had to play an essential role so we could keep the roadmap developed by the European Platform to fight homelessness, which has proven to be an essential tool to help member states to exchange information and to bring together the third sector with the different stakeholders. The Lisbon Declaration was the beginning, but today we have signed a new declaration that shows the commitment of European public administrations and confirms the fight against homelessness. Right now, it has been signed by the 27 member states. We had we learned throughout the day that the 27 member states are signing the declaration. And I would like to thank the work conducted by the platform for this to be possible. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Commission, of course, and thanks to Patricia at the Director General. Thank you, Patricia, because this is a personal success, and thanks to your team. So thank you very much. And obviously, the challenge is huge. Eradicating homelessness by 2030 in Europe is possible, but it is a huge challenge. But it is also an opportunity, and we need to make the most of it. And we need to send a message to European citizens. It is possible to live with dignity in our continent, and we can eradicate homelessness in our continent. The Spanish government is open to work with all the stakeholders, the Commission, the different organizations. We are at your disposal. And of course, with the Belgium government, we are at your disposal for your presidency to be a success. So thank you very much. Thank you, Nacho. Thank you for the hard work. This is the result of the hard work of a lot of people. And I would like to thank the technical team of the Ministry and Secretariat of State, because we have a lot of people working for this event to be possible with huge efforts, many hours devoted, sleepless nights. So thank you very much, Maite, Cristina, and all the teams. Those of you who are from the area, I hope you enjoyed this event, and those of you who need to go back home, safe travels. Minister, we will see you in Brussels in February, and keep the hard work, keep building an objective that is so important for Europe. Thank you very much.